Chapter 1791. 200,000 miles. 210,000 miles. 250,000 miles. 300,000 miles. 400,000 miles. 500,000 miles. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, it had completely turned into chaos. Tianyang had directly opened up the chaotic small world from 200,000 miles to a full 500,000 miles. 500,000 miles was equivalent to several northern wilderness regions. The power of a divine master's small world is only SOSO. Tianyang sighed. Back then, Goddess Shui's battle strength was unparalleled and was called a divine master who had taken the wrong path by Emperor Kangwu. The small world was only 100,000 miles. Tianyang only had 100,000 miles of small world power back then. If he attacked with all his strength, he could break it open and escape. 100,000 miles was the limit of an emperor. In the primordial era, the immortal realm not only mastered the divine Tao law, but also had to open up a small world. When the power of a small world reached 100,000 miles, it was equivalent to stepping into the emperor realm. Tianyang, on the other hand, had reached the emperor realm's small world power from the beginning. It was just that his divine Tao law cultivation was not enough. Now, when the divine Tao law was also upgraded to the emperor realm, the small world would naturally welcome a blowout like a blowout. However, in the face of Tianyang's question, the Firmament God King did not come out to answer. After all, the Firmament God King's body was not here. It was possible that, like the immortal heavenly Lord, his body had already disappeared and he was living in this world in some strange way. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to waste his remaining power here. 500,000 miles. Tianyang opened his eyes and looked around. 500,000 miles up and down, 500,000 miles left and right. A huge sphere was all under Tianyang's control. Tianyang could flatten mountains and create seas with a thought. He could burn the sky and freeze the earth with a thought. In the chaotic small world, Tianyang was a supreme god. However, this chaotic small world was only the power of a small world after all. Only a divine master could truly ignore the heavenly Tao and be God himself. Divine domain. Tianyang's chaotic divine domain could do it, but in terms of power, it was really not comparable to a divine master. If the current Sky Cloud sword were to unleash its full power, all of the demonic chi within 500,000 miles would be devoured by it. However, such a huge amount of demonic chi is actually not even comparable to a Taotai Demon King. It won't be of much use to devour it. Tianyang muttered to himself. The heavenly firmament sword had already reached the superior grade of the divine level. If it went any higher, it would surpass martial spirits and truly become the firmament emperor's sword of the immemorial era. Furthermore, because it carried the power of Tianyang's martial soul, it was even more powerful than the firmament emperor's sword. Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. Such a huge, chaotic small world was taken back. Where should I go next? Tianyang muttered to himself. Then his figure flashed. The primal chaos godly laws were released, and the expanse secret technique was unleashed. In an instant, he appeared in the sky 100 miles away. You can't go anywhere now. An old and cold voice slowly sounded. Following that, a pitch-black demonic chi turned into a sharp blade and appeared where Tianyang was originally standing. Then, an old man slowly walked out of the shadow. I thought that my curse of blood soul could only be suppressed by the power of a sovereign or your godly sovereign. Otherwise, no one could break it. Now it seems that there are still some loopholes. Hundred-eyed sovereign said indifferently. Then, he waved his right hand. The endless pitch-black demonic chi turned into a terrifying spear again. In the blink of an eye, it divided into thousands of spears. The space fluctuated slightly. These thousands of spears appeared in all directions, vaguely forming a ball that completely surrounded Tianyang. When I first created the Curse of Blood Soul, I didn't think about the boundary steel. After all, the boundary steel was created by the demon ancestor. Although it failed, it is still not something that we can taint. As for those sects that worship the boundary steel, they can't even taint it. The old man said indifferently, "But it doesn't matter. The boundary steel can suppress the curse of blood soul. Then, as long as we completely retrieve the demon suppression ancient pillar, it will be fine." Back then, the demon clan was oppressed by thousands of clans in the land of origin. Therefore, they needed to split up and sovereign supreme treasure to guard the demon realm's territory. Now, it is no longer necessary. The demon realm has become the supreme world of the myriad worlds, the old man said proudly. In the next moment, the countless pitch-black spears suddenly disappeared. The next time they appeared, they had already appeared in Tianyang's body. In an instant, arrows of blood shot out in all directions. Tianyang's pupils contracted instantly. When did these spears appear? They appeared in his body. Even if this person could control the spatial godly law, he could not control the space in his body. Get lost. Tianyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes burned with the true flames of destruction. The nine-colored Xingguang burst out. Boom! In just an instant, these spears were directly burned to ashes. However, in the next moment, in Tianyang's body, once again, it was pierced by countless spears. What? Tianyang's pupils constricted. Even with the strength of his divine soul, which was not weak in the Imperial Emperor realm, he did not notice when these spears had appeared in his body. Space replacement, Tianyang said. Even if these spears pierced through Tianyang's heart, they would not affect Tianyang at all. He had cultivated the immortal soul and even used the power of chaos to reconstruct his body, making his body and soul indestructible. Being pierced through could not do anything to Tianyang. No, the godly law I cultivate is not the spatial godly law. At this moment, the old man shook his head. Even with space displacement, it's impossible to squeeze all the space into such a small area within your body. Moreover, even a divine master can't easily replace the space in an imperial emperor's body. The old man said indifferently, "I just use a very ordinary and slow speed to let these spears pierce through you." Streams of demonic aura rose. However, in the next moment, it was as if time had been cut off. Tianyang's body became a sieve in a sieve. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart. How is this possible? Tianyang spat out a large mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. What was going on? Could it be that this person could remove time? Let him be beaten up? Time wasn't something that existed. Instead, it was something that acted on everything and was something that nothing could affect. It was the basis of change. Tianyang's space-time freeze only stopped everything within the range. How could anyone be able to remove something as illusory as time? The old man did not express his opinion at all. In the next moment, a spear pierced through Tianyang's head. Get lost. Tianyang roared angrily. All the divine power in his body erupted. The energy at the Imperial Emperor level directly shattered all the spears. At the same time, countless spears turned into demonic aura and were devoured by the heavenly sword. At this moment, the old man snorted coldly again. A spear appeared out of thin air again, trying to pierce through Tianyang. However, this time, a layer of shield appeared on Tianyang's body and blocked the spear. The corners of Tianyang's mouth curled into a cold smile. I know how you did it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1792. The old man was startled. He did not expect Tianyang to be able to block it this time. Have you noticed that the speed of blood falling is very slow? At this moment, Tianyang spoke. Now, it's still falling because I'm tall enough. What do you mean? The old man raised his right hand and countless demonic chi spears condensed. If your supernatural power is to cut off time, then the blood will not appear along the way. Instead, it will fall directly to that place like teleportation. Tianyang spoke with a slight smile. Chaos swirled in his eyes. Your reaction is quite fast. It's true that I haven't mastered the space-time divine law, the old man said indifferently. However, my demonic soul power is invincible. My power is to use my invincible demonic soul power to confuse your senses. So, every time I attack, you can only stand there stupidly and be pierced by my spear. The old man snorted coldly. Your observation skills are not bad to be able to see through my tricks. However, it's useless now. This time, I will completely crush your soul, and you won't be able to resist. In the sky, hundreds of pairs of eyes suddenly opened. These hundreds of eyes bloomed with endless light, forming a distorted color that blasted toward Tianyang. 100 Eyes of Soul Burial. This was the strongest demonic soul in all the realms. 100 Eyes Emperor. Boom! The boundless power of the demonic soul pierced through the void. Hundreds of eyes blinked at the same time. The demonic soul power that Tianyang had just released fell into the chaotic boundary formed by the countless eyes. So this is all you can do to resist the blood soul curse. 100 Eyes Emperor said indifferently. 100 Eyes of Soul Burial was 100 Eyes Emperor's most powerful attack in the demonic realm. The 1,000-eye formation could throw anyone's soul into chaos. On the other hand, the 100-eyed Soul Burial was capable of crushing his opponent into pieces. Even in the primordial era, when he was only a demonic monarch, ordinary ultimate gods did not dare to go against him. You think you can do it? At this moment, Tianyang, who should have lost the ability to resist, suddenly spoke. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. What's the difference between an unaimed soul attack and hitting the air? Tianyang snorted, and the chaotic small world suddenly opened. Your chaos wants to mess up my chaos? Streams of chaotic divine power swirled around Tianyang. The 1,000 Eyes enchantment released by the 100-eyed sovereign was unable to trap Tianyang, causing his 100-eyed soul burying attack to miss. He actually managed to break free. 100-eyed Emperor was stunned. His 1,000-eye barrier had the strongest binding ability on divine souls in the universe. This monarch was actually able to break free. However, do you think that everything will be fine just because you've breached my 1,000 Eyes formation? 100-eyed Emperor suddenly smiled. At the same time, the great void sword embryo in Tianyang's hand slashed out fiercely. A beam of sword light pierced through 100-eyed Sovereign's body. However, the strange thing was his body had been split into two, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. What? Tianyang's pupils shrank, and then he quickly reacted. Demonic soul apparition? The old man in front of him was not 100-eyed Sovereign's true body? How could he exert such powerful demonic soul power when he was not in his true body? That's right. At this moment, another old man appeared beside Tianyang. Not only was his body unharmed, in the blink of an eye, countless eyes appeared again. The 1,000 Eyes enchantment was formed again. My physical strength and demonic chi are the weakest among all the sovereigns. You can break the blood soul curse, so your strength is certainly not weak. Naturally, I won't let my true body appear in front of you. The old man said indifferently. The one standing in front of you will only be my apparition. All of your efforts will be of no use to me. Even if you can break my 1,000 Eyes enchantment, you will still be killed by my endless demonic soul power. In the next moment, 100-eyed Sovereign waved his hand again. Vast and boundless demonic chi began to condense. It turned into countless demonic chi spears, filling the space within the range again. It doesn't matter if these spears can kill you in one go, but it's enough to exhaust you step by step, and you won't be able to hurt me. 100-eyed Sovereign said indifferently. This was 100-eyed Sovereign's attack method. With the extremely powerful and almost omnipotent demonic soul power, he could condense an apparition to act as a transfer station for demonic chi, and he himself would hide in an extremely secretive place, controlling the apparition to attack. For ordinary cultivators, although it was easy to condense an apparition, it would still consume a lot of soul power if it was killed. But 100-eyed Sovereign was different. As the leader of the Phantom Demon tribe, 100-eyed Sovereign's demonic soul power could support the death of hundreds of millions of apparitions. Kill, 100-eyed Sovereign said indifferently. Then, the countless demonic chi spears shot out again. At the same time, the 1,000 Eyes enchantment exploded. Tianyang's soul power was suddenly in a daze, but with the strength of his chaos divine power, Tianyang quickly recovered. At the same time, he roared. War of the Eight Barren Lands. The firmament battle emperor's figure appeared behind him in an instant. Destruction of the six directions. Destruction of the eight barren lands. Immediately, the firmament battle emperor let out an incomparably loud battle cry. In an instant, countless punches were thrown. Layers of fist shadows bloomed in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The demonic chi spears formed by hundred-eyed sovereign collided with the firmament battle emperor's fist and were annihilated. The countless spears were swept away by the firmament battle emperor's figure in just 3 seconds. After all, according to the immortal heavenly lord's plan, the person who ended the reincarnation of this era was the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. The strongest person in the next era was the firmament battle emperor. The firmament battle emperor, who was qualified to fight Mo Wushuang, was strong enough to destroy the demonic chi spears. Hundred-eyed sovereign's demonic chi was not strong. After all, the phantom demon tribe did not specialize in demonic chi. However, the demonic chi of a sovereign was enough to hold Tianyang back for a few seconds. Then he used it to attack. The Thousand Eyes enchantment exploded to the extreme. The demonic soul power was condensed to the extreme. Even though Tianyang defended his soul power, he was still affected for a moment. At this moment, Hundred-Eyed Sovereign's voice rang out, magnificent and vast. At the same time, an eye that seemed to contain the heavens opened behind Tianyang. Emperor Technique. Myriad Heavenly Eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 1793. Emperor Technique. Infinite Heavenly Eyes. The thousand-eye barrier shattered, and the purple-gray Milky Way eye opened behind Tianyang. The endless Milky Way was contained within it. It seemed as if the heavens and realms were about to shatter. Boom! Tianyang's spirit ocean instantly exploded. In the next moment, his spiritual soul was blasted out of his body. Even though his spiritual soul was blasted out, Tianyang did not find himself severely injured. Welcome to my deity realm. At this moment, the hundred-eyed emperor spoke. At this moment, the pitch-black central devil soil suddenly changed. Tianyang seemed to be in the middle of the Milky Way. Above his head and below his feet, there were bright stars. Then, a figure appeared in front of Tianyang. However, it was different from the previous illusory figure. Now, the hundred-eyed emperor that appeared in front of Tianyang was without a doubt his real body, even though he looked extremely old and powerless. His forehead was full of wrinkles, his body was hunched, and he wore an ordinary white robe. However, his eyes were clear and did not look like an old man's. However, around him, there was a terrifying demonic soul power that made Tianyang feel suffocated. My Emperor Technique is different from others. It doesn't have such strong killing power. The hundred-eyed emperor said calmly. Hearing this, Tianyang was slightly taken aback. Based on the powerful demonic soul power that the hundred-eyed emperor had displayed, if he could create an Emperor Technique with absolute killing power, it would definitely be more powerful than most Emperor Techniques. However, to unleash such power, it was limited to him alone. However, among the many Emperor Techniques that Tianyang had mastered, there were only a few that could achieve this. Even the Green Lotus Sword Immortal's Green Lotus Sword Song was slightly inferior. Tianyang also believed that if the hundred-eyed emperor could create a powerful Emperor Technique that could completely unleash the power of his demonic soul, it would not be a problem to kill him. The Immortal Prince's universal space slaying technique was definitely not his match. However, ordinary Emperor Techniques will not leave anything behind once they're killed. Even if it's just a soul fragment, it's extremely easy to destroy. However, in order to carry out the mission given to me by the Lord Demon Ancestor, I must know all the information about the people who can threaten the Lord Demon Ancestor. Now that I've pulled out your divine soul, you can just wait to be destroyed by the supreme power of the myriad world eyes. At the same time, everything you know will become a part of my knowledge. Hundred Eyes Emperor laughed out loud. In the next moment, the dormant myriad world eyes behind Tianyang suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, it had shattered Tianyang's spirit defense. He wanted to completely devour and absorb Tianyang's spirit. Finally, it will be the end. Not good. Tianyang's eyes narrowed. The myriad world heavenly eyes could perfectly seize all memories. He had just found out about Mo Wushuang, the firmament emperor's sword, and the demon ancestor. If this information fell into the hands of the demon clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although I don't know what the demon ancestor is thinking, he will definitely not support the firmament supreme being since he has the sword spirit of the firmament emperor's sword. If the demon ancestor knows about this, he will not be able to obtain the sword spirit of the firmament emperor's sword. Then, the heavenly sword will have no chance of surpassing the divine grade. Tianyang's eyes flashed as he took a deep breath. He could trust the immortal heavenly master, but Tianyang did not trust him to the extent that he would abandon everything and fight for the myriad world. The reason why Tianyang wanted a deal with the demon ancestor was because of the sword spirit of the firmament emperor's sword. It was a true ultimate God's supreme treasure. No, it was the pinnacle of ultimate God's supreme treasures, the sword spirit of an emperor weapon. If the heavenly sword could be integrated with the sword spirit, Tianyang's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for him to step into the ultimate God realm. However, after using the myriad world eyes, the thousand-eye boundary will obviously become the divine realm of the hundred-eyed emperor. Tianyang secretly used his primal chaos force to guard his divine soul and defend against the onslaught of the demonic souls. However, Tianyang's spiritual strength was first injured by the blood soul curse. Then it was greatly depleted in the process of using the boundary steel to suppress the demonic souls. It could temporarily block the demonic souls of the hundred-eyed emperor, but it would not last long. In that case, I'll use the same old method. Get close to his body, then use the chaotic divine realm and good fortune universe to kill him instantly. Tianyang took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his body flashed. Boom! The heavenly expanse secret technique was unleashed. Seeing this, the hundred-eyed emperor raised an eyebrow. You can still move under the pressure of the myriad world eyes, but that's all you can do. The hundred-eyed emperor's eyes emitted rays of brilliant light. Hundred-eyed, God suppression. As if he had already predicted where Tianyang would appear, this demonic soul attack was aimed directly at Tianyang's forehead. It's useless. The hundred-eyed emperor said calmly, no matter how strong your movement technique is in my divine realm, I can control the trajectory of all space. The divine realm is the basis of the divine realm's power. No matter how strong your small dimension is in front of the divine realm, there's no room for it. Boom! The demonic soul attack landed heavily on Tianyang's forehead. Puffed. Tianyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although this attack was only aimed at his spirit, it was still extremely powerful. Although the demonic soul attack was aimed at his spiritual soul, at the same time, the terrifying and domineering demonic soul power also acted on his physical body. Bang! The hundred-eyed emperor pointed a finger. Tianyang, who had just been attacked, did not have the slightest ability to resist the attack. His body was instantly shattered by the finger. Moreover, no matter how weak the demonic chi is, it's easy to crush an imperial emperor. The hundred-eyed emperor said calmly. The demonic chi of the emperor level swirled around them. While attacking Tianyang, it also protected itself. The hundred-eyed emperor knew that his physical body was his biggest weakness. In order to cultivate the demonic soul power, his physical body was only at the divine realm. Although it was not weak among the divine realm, it could still be destroyed by an imperial emperor. The illusion demons were extremely cunning and cautious demons. As the clan leader of the illusion demons, the hundred-eyed emperor would naturally not expose his weakness in front of his enemy. Even if the enemy was an ant that he could easily crush, it would be the same. This was the caution of the hundred-eyed emperor. This was his caution. It was enough to make Tianyang, who had been blasted 80,000 miles away, feel despair. End of chapter. Chapter 1794. Streaks of black, undying divine fire burned on the surface of Heavenly Sun's body. While rapidly depleting Tianyang's bloodline power, it also rapidly repaired Tianyang's body. In just an instant, Tianyang's body was restored. However, at this moment, Hundred-Eyed Emperor attacked again. A long spear of demonic aura seemed to pierce through the void. It disappeared in an instant and reappeared in an instant. The surrounding space fluctuated rapidly, as if it was folding and then piercing through. It directly pierced through Tianyang's body. At the same time, the distance between Tianyang and Hundred-Eyed Emperor increased. Although Hundred-Eyed Emperor's demonic soul power was strong, its attack power was not too strong. Otherwise, the demon ancestor would not have let Hundred-Eyed Emperor guard the area around the heavenly demonic pillar. Therefore, he gave Tianyang a chance to breathe and did not let Tianyang be killed instantly. But now, Tianyang felt a trace of despair. Was this the power of a sovereign? It was clear that his own strength was not enough to kill Tianyang. But this method of killing was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was enough to make Tianyang sullen. It was different from Su Yin and Yin Xian, who rushed directly into the chaotic divine realm. Even if Hundred-Eyed Emperor did not know what the chaotic divine realm was, he would not let Tianyang get close. The chaotic divine realm, that Tianyang only had a radius of a few dozen feet and was not more than half a mile after breaking through to the Emperor realm, was useless. I'm curious. It's understandable that a human from the heavenly realm obtained a boundary steel by chance. But why did none of the sovereigns of the 4 devil kingdoms discover that a human from the heavenly realm is collecting our demon suppression ancient pillars? Could it be that there is someone in the devil kingdom who dares to cover up the actions of a human from the heavenly realm? Hundred-Eyed Emperor said indifferently. At the same time, another spear pierced through Tianyang's body. But it doesn't matter. After I kill you, your soul fragment will tell me everything. As Hundred-Eyed Emperor spoke, he waved his hand and condensed another demonic aura spear. Hundred-Eyed Emperor's method of attack was very simple. He only condensed demonic aura spears and attacked from a distance. If it was an ordinary cultivator, Tianyang would not be afraid. With the strength of the immortal chaotic body, he could completely heal the injury caused by this demonic aura spear before the next attack. But it was different now. Hundred-Eyed Emperor was the creator of the Blood Soul Curse. He was the creator of the Crimson Spear. Now, every demonic chi spear had 1/3 of the power of the Scarlet Spear, and a part of it was directly used on the Sea of Souls, dispelling it of the souls. Above the Emperor's assist, could not continue thinking of the demonic aura. God, after finally breaking free from the thousand-eye barrier's pervasive soul interference, Tianyang clenched his teeth. His body disappeared. I don't believe that you can't kill D-Zone. Boom. The full power of the Expanse secret technique burned away 10% of Tianyang's divine power. In a flash, he crossed hundreds of thousands of miles in the world of the myriad world eyes. He was only a few hundred miles away from Hundred-Eyed Emperor. You still have a trick up your sleeve? Hundred-Eyed Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. A few hundred miles was just a blink of an eye for an expert. With his weak body, if he was within 300 miles, he would be sentenced to death. Kill him. Tianyang's heavenly sword was condensed with divine power, and the light of chaos bloomed at this moment. A ray of sword light forcibly broke through the restrictions of the thousand-eye barrier and slashed at Hundred-Eyed Emperor. This ray of sword light was dozens of miles long. It only needed to move forward a second to kill Hundred-Eyed Emperor, but it's still one step short. Hundred-Eyed Emperor's voice was calm as he waved his hand. Myriad Souls Burial. Suddenly, countless eyes opened around the ray of sword light. Unlike the ancient heavenly eyes, which seemed to contain a galaxy of stars, these countless eyes were completely different. Some were murky, some were angry, and some still had hatred. But they all had one thing in common. That is, they were all filled with the aura of death. There are more than 30,000 eyes, all of them from experts of the divine realm above the Imperial Emperor level. Nearly half of them were obtained during the Great Divine Demon War. As for the rest, I obtained them by chance while hunting in the God realm from time to time. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said. Tianyang's sword light was imprisoned by the countless eyes before it could hit Hundred-Eyed Emperor. It was completely immobilized. The Hundred-Eyed Emperor nodded slightly. This sudden attack is not bad. Among all the Imperial Emperors I've killed, you're one of the strongest. But it's rare for you to be so close to me, so this will be my last move. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said. Then, the more than 30,000 eyes pierced through the sword light and tore it apart. Then, at the same time, they turned around and looked at Tianyang. More than 30,000 eyes of Immortal Realm Imperial Emperors were looking at Tianyang. All the hairs on Tianyang's body stood on end. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Damn it, Tianyang growled, and was about to use the Expanse secret technique to escape. However, Hundred-Eyed Emperor's Myriad Souls Burial had unknowingly taken effect on Tianyang. Tianyang couldn't move now. And Hundred-Eyed Emperor waved his hand. The more than 30,000 eyes released a ray of grayish-black light at the same time. More than 30,000 light rays intersected with each other and finally formed a huge door. This door, it appeared in front of Tianyang, tens of thousands of feet tall, surrounded by grayish-black aura of death and demonic aura. Then it slowly opened. Countless demon clan runes crisscrossed on it, from the runes of the lowest demon weapon to the runes of the sovereign realm. All of them were listed on it. From bottom to top, countless corpses of Immortal Realm Imperial Emperors were like statues. At the top, there was an eye. It was exactly the same as the Myriad World eyes. Open. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said calmly. Congratulations, you're the first Imperial Emperor to die in this door. More than 30,000 Imperial Emperors send you off. You can die without regrets. As soon as Hundred-Eyed Emperor finished speaking, the door opened completely. An unstoppable devouring power erupted from it. The heavenly sun, which had long been imprisoned by the Myriad Soul Burial Ground, had no power to resist as it was forcefully pulled into the door by the devouring power. As for the Hundred-Eyed Emperor, he closed his eyes. Inside the door, countless pitch-black hands extended and pulled the heavenly sun in. Funeral. Door of Oblivion. End of chapter. Chapter 1795. Door of Oblivion. Following the Hundred-Eyed Supreme Monarch's furious roar, the gate that was powered by the eyes of more than 30,000 martial emperors, and where countless experts had died, was fully opened. Terrifying and tyrannical to the extreme, the power of annihilation was not much weaker than that of the god of annihilation of the 9 emperors of the Antiquity Age that Tianyang had encountered during his divine tribulation. I don't have many offensive techniques, Hundred-Eyed Emperor said calmly. When I've cultivated them to the extreme, this is the only one that can be used as a trump card. However, this Door of Oblivion has only been used 7 times, and each time, it has killed at least one Emperor Realm expert from another world. You are the first human emperor from the divine world to die here. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said indifferently. Tianyang's eyes narrowed. How could this move be so powerful? By the way, the Door of Oblivion is not a door that leads to somewhere. It's just a door. In the middle of the door is an extremely powerful force of annihilation. Anyone will die inside. Emperor Realm is no exception. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said calmly. This was the power of the Door of Oblivion. Although Hundred-Eyed Emperor only had one Emperor technique, the Myriad World Heavenly Eyes. The Door of Oblivion was just a special superpower. However, the Door of Oblivion was embedded with the Emperor technique, the Myriad World Heavenly Eyes. In other words, all the destructive power that the Myriad World Heavenly Eyes could not unleash was now unleashed in the Door of Oblivion. Even though Tianyang struggled with all his might, the countless black hands continued to pull Tianyang into the Door of Oblivion at a constant speed. The Door of Oblivion emitted waves of annihilation power. Tianyang even had a feeling. The annihilation power of the Door of Oblivion seemed to be even more powerful than the Emperor technique of the God of Annihilation of the archaic 9 Emperors, the Grand Elemental Annihilation. You can go to hell, Hundred-Eyed Emperor said calmly. This time, the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar will return completely. No one will be able to collect the demon-suppressing ancient pillars and threaten Lord Demon Ancestor. Hundred-Eyed Emperor said calmly. In his eyes, being captured by the door of oblivion was equivalent to being dead. After all, even the sovereigns of the 4 devil kingdoms, who were no weaker than the hundred-eyed sovereign, were extremely wary of the door of oblivion. How could a mere god monarch possibly stand against him? That said, this guy's strength is truly not weak. Looking at Tianyang, who was still struggling with all his might and prolonging the time he was dragged into the door of oblivion, Hyakum Emperor frowned slightly. In front of his extremely powerful devil soul, Tianyang was completely clear as to how old he was. This life aura was at most less than 100 years old. To be able to step into the Saint Emperor realm at the age of 100 was already a top genius of the 4 devil kingdoms. Once he stepped into the godly realm, he would definitely be able to compete for the position of the strongest sky prides in the central demonic lands, or even the position of the young master of the demonic world's giants like the phantasmal demons, Balrog demons, blood demons, and even the celestial demons. As for becoming a god monarch before the age of 100, Hyakum Emperor had lived since the primordial age and witnessed the birth and death of countless god monarchs, but he had never seen one with such terrifying cultivation speed. This guy must have some secrets. Moreover, ordinary god monarchs would not be so foolish as to provoke the demon ancestor with their weak cultivation. A dangerous glint flashed in Hyakum Emperor's eyes. He vaguely sensed that Tianyang had a huge secret behind him. If he could uncover this secret, it would be of great significance to the demonic world's prosperity. However, with my myriad world's heavenly eyes, as long as you die in my hands, I will know everything about you. Wait a moment. Let me see those ancient secrets of yours. Hyakum Emperor sneered. In the next moment, demonic chi surged wildly. The door of oblivion instantly shone brightly, and the speed at which the countless black arms pulled the heavenly sun towards the door of oblivion suddenly increased. Damn it! Sensing that Hyakum Emperor had used all his strength, Tianyang gritted his teeth. It was not impossible for him to block the demonic chi. Once the chaotic divine realm was activated, the door of oblivion would not be able to block the power of the chaotic divine realm. However, his trump card would be exposed. The chaotic divine realm was Tianyang's only hope to kill Hyakum Emperor. If it was exposed, Hyakum Emperor would not give Tianyang a second chance. Who knows? He might even let the door of oblivion open 108,000 li away from him, and then let the heavenly sun kill him. Then, I'll have to take a gamble. The suction force of the door of oblivion grew stronger and stronger. Tianyang gritted his teeth. In the next moment, surging divine power burst out. Heavenly sword. Tianyang roared as the power of his martial soul surged wildly. Then, streaks of 9-colored Xinguang condensed into a ball of flame that burned on the heavenly sword. Heavenly Emperor sword. Martial soul sublimation. Instantly, the power of his martial soul merged with the 9-colored flame. Still trying to resist, Hyakum Emperor raised his eyebrows and snorted. Door of oblivion. Instantly, an eye opened in the middle of the door of oblivion. The suction force of the door of oblivion on Tianyang reached its peak. Chaotic divine realm. Just as Tianyang was about to be sucked into the door of oblivion and turned into countless tiny particles and disintegrated completely, Tianyang's surroundings were suddenly ruled by the chaotic divine realm. The countless black hands that stretched out from the door of oblivion were completely shattered at this moment. What kind of technique is this? Hyakum Emperor's face suddenly changed when he saw this. This human from the realm of the gods had a trump card that could resist his power? The sword pierces through the ages. One roar shatters the heavens. Chaos opens the heavens. Imperial sword slays demons. At this moment, Tianyang's chaotic divine realm, which was less than 100 feet in radius, suddenly shrank. All of it gathered on the heavenly sword. The sword pierced through the void and shot toward Hyakum Emperor. What? In an instant, Hayakum Emperor's hair stood on end and his whole body trembled to the extreme. He could sense the aura of death from this flying sword. Where did the monarch get the strength to execute such a move? Block it for me. Hayakum Emperor roared, and the door of oblivion teleported directly in front of him. This flying sword's body was surrounded by rolling, chaotic divine light and bloomed at this moment. I say, demonic suppression. Tianyang spat out a mouthful of blood essence and instantly burned it. The heavenly sword directly pierced through the door of oblivion. The surrounding power of annihilation was directly erased. The chaotic divine realm was originally a divine realm. With the support of Tianyang's powerful small world, the power that could be unleashed was naturally countless times more terrifying. In front of the chaotic divine realm, everything was forbidden by Tianyang, including the door of oblivion. End of chapter. Chapter 1796. The flying sword pierced through the door of oblivion like a shooting star, piercing through the center of the door of oblivion and the massive myriad world heavenly eyes. The purplish-gray myriad world heavenly eyes shattered, and Hundred-Eyed Emperor let out a terrifying scream. Ah! Hundred-Eyed Emperor roared into the sky. The myriad world heavenly eyes was an emperor technique unleashed from Hundred-Eyed Emperor's powerful demonic soul. To a certain extent, Hundred-Eyed Emperor and the myriad world heavenly eyes were one. With the myriad world heavenly eyes broken, Hundred-Eyed Emperor was inevitably injured. The eyes of the Hundred-Eyed Monarch Emperor that were famous for instantly exploded, causing demonic blood to spurt out. Space-time distortion. Hundred-Eyed Emperor howled. At the same time, he unleashed his demonic aura again, twisting the space-time law in front of him. Even if a stone was thrown directly at him, it would be carried away by the distorted space-time. Hundred-Eyed Emperor didn't have many powerful means of attack, but the door of oblivion was equivalent to an offensive emperor technique. All that was left was for Hundred-Eyed Emperor to protect himself. As long as the door of oblivion was not broken, Hundred-Eyed Emperor will be able to stabilize the situation and remain undefeated. But now, the door of oblivion that had never been broken since the primordial age was created, not even once, but now it was broken. Hundred-Eyed Emperor's invincible defensive technique had fallen to the point where he had to use it for defense. Distortion, disorder, madness. Hundred-Eyed Emperor roared with all his might. His eyes were still bleeding. Tianyang's attack had severely injured him. Even if he could win this battle, Hundred-Eyed Emperor would not be able to recover from his injuries. It might even affect his future breakthroughs. For the sovereigns of the 4 great devil kingdoms, and those sovereigns who had already reached the peak, it was not important whether they could continue to break through. The reason for that was because this hope was simply too slim. However, for Hundred-Eyed Emperor, whose physical body was only at the divine realm, his demonic soul was already at the top of the heavens. If he continued to break through, he might even become a peak ultimate god like the Ether Divine King, Demon Ancestor, Immortal Heavenly Lord, or even the title of Divine King. Tianyang's sword had practically severed his chances of breaking through within 300,000 years. At this moment, the heavenly sword had already shot into the distorted space-time of the Hundred-Eyed Emperor. Break. Any object, once shot into the distorted space-time, would definitely be deflected. Even if it was only a slight deviation, it was enough for Hundred-Eyed Emperor to seize the opportunity. He directly opened the door of oblivion behind Tianyang, leaving no chance for Tianyang's soul to be completely destroyed. However, although Tianyang's face was pale and his breathing was weak, there was a slight smile on his face. Putting aside the fact that Tianyang had completely attached his primal chaos divine domain to the heavenly firmament sword, the heavenly firmament sword was still in the heavenly firmament sword. It was equivalent to setting up an anti-magic domain around the sky cloud sword. Furthermore, Hundred-Eyed Sovereign did not cultivate the law of space. What threat was there to the heavenly sword, which had completely merged with the Tsang Emperor's sword, to distort time and space with the help of the demonic chi? Boom! It was as if the distorted space-time was nothing. and the heavenly sword directly pierced through it. No, the heavenly sword did not encounter any obstruction at all. Before any of Hundred-Eyed Emperor's moves could come into contact with a heavenly sword, they would first be blocked by the chaotic domain around the heavenly sword. Whether it was the enchantment of 1,000 eyes, the hundred-eyed soul burial, the door of oblivion, or the myriad world eyes. From beginning to end, the heavenly sword was not affected in the slightest. Not good. At this moment, Hundred-Eyed Emperor's expression changed. With the power of his demonic soul, he naturally sensed this situation. I can only run. This kid only has the cultivation of an emperor. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for more than a few seconds. As long as this strange power disappears, this kid will definitely die. Hundred-Eyed Emperor growled, then suddenly turned around and unleashed his demonic chi. Even though he had used the door of oblivion twice, the demonic chi in Hundred-Eyed Emperor's body was almost depleted. However, if Hundred-Eyed Emperor wanted to run, the current Tianyang would definitely not be able to catch up. Seeing this, Tianyang's expression changed slightly. As expected of the strongest demonic soul in the demonic race, this guy actually saw through his biggest flaw at a glance. The chaotic domain was indeed very strong. Even an ultimate god would be at the mercy of others like Su Yin, Yin Xian, and the immortal prince if they were trapped in the chaotic domain. However, before Tianyang reached the ultimate god realm, the chaotic domain had two fatal flaws. One was its range, and the other was its time. The range of the primal chaos divine domain could be resolved with the current sword-wielding art. As for the duration of the primal chaos divine domain, even Tianyang, who had reached the God Emperor realm, could only maintain it for less than a minute. He could not kill Hundred-Eyed Emperor within a minute, even if he was killed by Hundred-Eyed Emperor. But it's not like I'm the one who's going to catch up to you. Tianyang growled. Streams of immortal fire and true flames of destruction fused together and blasted out directly. It was so fast that it directly bombarded the tip of the heavenly sword. The speed that was originally slightly slower than Hundred-Eyed Emperor's suddenly skyrocketed. What? Hundred-Eyed Emperor's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Hundred-Eyed Emperor knew that he could not escape, so he stood still. Demonic chi burst out from his body. Give me boom. The heavenly sword pierced through Hundred-Eyed Emperor's body. The chaotic domain also wiped out all the demonic chi in Hundred-Eyed Emperor's body. At the same time, it carried Hundred-Eyed Emperor's body and continued to fly in the same direction. Phew! Seeing this, Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. His face was extremely pale, and even his fingers were trembling. Fortunately, he immediately broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm after obtaining the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Otherwise, he would not be able to transfer the chaotic domain to the Heavenly Sword and use the Flying Sword technique. From the beginning of the battle, Tianyang was suppressed by Hundred-Eyed Emperor. Even though Hundred-Eyed Emperor was not good at fighting and only had a strong demonic soul, he could still easily crush Tianyang, who was only an Imperial Emperor. Hundred-Eyed Emperor was also very cautious, causing Tianyang to miss the opportunity to use this technique several times. Fortunately, Hundred-Eyed Emperor still relaxed in the end. Ah ha 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 ha! At this moment, a maniacal laugh came from Hundred-Eyed Emperor's body. Do you think that killing my body will work? My demonic soul's power has only been wiped out by 70% of your strange power. The rest is still enough for me to take over your body. Hundred-Eyed Emperor laughed maniacally. At this moment, Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. Previously, when the Hundred-Eyed Monarch Highness executed his monarch art, the myriad world heavenly eyes, his divine soul had been forcibly expelled. Now his body was in an ownerless state. The direction that Hundred-Eyed Emperor had fled in was also the direction of his body. This is my escape route. Hundred-Eyed Emperor laughed maniacally. At this moment, the heavenly sword that was supposed to kill him had become the final push to push him toward Tianyang's body. He was only a few dozen miles away from Tianyang's ownerless body. End of chapter. Chapter 1797. That's my escape route. Hundred-Eyed Emperor laughed maniacally. Tianyang's martial soul had been refined to the extreme, and he had burned his blood essence. Even the vast divine power of the chaotic small world had been drained. It had destroyed Hundred-Eyed Emperor's physical body and 70% of his demonic soul. But the remaining demonic soul had successfully entered Tianyang's physical body. My physical body is only at the immortal realm, but yours is at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. As long as I can occupy your body and spend tens of thousands of years getting used to it, I'll still be the demon sovereign of the myriad worlds. Hundred-Eyed Emperor laughed heartily. At this moment, Tianyang used the Heavenly Expanse secret technique and quickly approached Hundred-Eyed Emperor. However, even though Hundred-Eyed Emperor only had 30% of his demonic soul left, he was still extremely fast. Before Tianyang arrived, Hundred-Eyed Emperor had already entered Tianyang's body. Oh no! Tianyang's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Tianyang's body suddenly trembled. His eyes, which had been closed because his divine soul had been blasted out of his body by the myriad world's eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of evil light flashed through his eyes. It's still the bloodline of the immortal heavenly master, Hundred-Eyed Emperor said slowly. Although the concentration of the bloodline is not very high, it's still much stronger than my original body. Hundred-Eyed Emperor quickly gained control of Tianyang's body and slowly floated up. At this moment, Tianyang gritted his teeth. Explode. Streaks of divine soul power triggered the immortal bloodline in the body that Hundred-Eyed Emperor had occupied, and it exploded. Boom! His flesh and blood exploded, filling the sky with bloody light. It's useless, Hundred-Eyed Emperor sneered. A streak of demonic soul power swept across the area like a storm. So what if you can still control some of it? You don't dare to come in now, do you? Even if this is your home ground, and you've had this body for decades, you're still no match for my invincible demonic soul power. Hundred-Eyed Emperor sneered. Then, the flesh and blood were forcibly sucked back. In a twisted and terrifying way, the body was reconstructed. What you're doing now is only prolonging the time I need to get used to this body by a few more years. But now, I have enough strength to kill you in an instant. Hundred-Eyed Emperor smiled as the power of the illusory demon surged from his body. A pair of eyes appeared behind the Hundred-Eyed Emperor once again. No, you're a sword user. I'll use my sword to insta-kill you. Hundred-Eyed Sovereign seemed to have thought of something. The eyes behind him disappeared, and the demon chi in his hand condensed into a long sword. Return. Tianyang's expression was grave as he recalled Heavencloud's sword. Tianyang did not continue to use the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Otherwise, he would have used the Primal Chaos Divine Realm and destroyed Hundred-Eyed Emperor's soul in less than a second. But no, the current Tianyang did not have much divine power to support him to continue fighting. I haven't practiced many sword techniques, so I'll use the most basic one. Hundred-Eyed Emperor sneered and slashed vertically with his sword. A simple and unadorned black sword chi shot out explosively. Tianyang's expression was grave as he slashed with Heavencloud's sword. This sword chi was easily destroyed by Tianyang, but the little divine power in his body was depleted. Hundred-Eyed Emperor's expression did not change. Even though he had forcibly taken over the body, he was able to use it faster than if he used his own body. Die! Hundred-Eyed Emperor's hands were like phantoms. In just a second, countless sword chi shot out. Tianyang's expression darkened as he slashed wildly with Heavencloud's sword. Hundred-Eyed Emperor did not know any sword techniques. These sword chi were just piles of demon chi. But such a simple sword technique was enough to kill Tianyang, who had almost depleted his divine power. Every time he destroyed a sword chi, the divine power in his body decreased by a little. When Tianyang's divine power was completely depleted, that was when Tianyang died at the hands of Hundred-Eyed Emperor. A few seconds later, the last sword chi. Hundred-Eyed Emperor sneered as he unleashed the last sword chi. This sword chi contained all the demon chi that Hundred-Eyed Emperor could muster. It was all for the sake of killing Tianyang. He had clearly sensed that Tianyang's demon chi could only unleash one last sword chi. This sword chi would not be able to stop him. Have you forgotten what you got? At this moment, a calm voice sounded in Tianyang's sea of soul. The surrounding time and space seemed to have slowed down. Tianyang's last sword chi slashed out. But one could tell at a glance that this sword chi, it would not be able to stop Hundred-Eyed Emperor. Firmament King. Tianyang was surprised. The Firmament King had spoken? He had thought that the Firmament King would not make a move before the battle with the Demon Lord. However, as long as the Firmament King made a move, Hundred-Eyed Emperor would definitely be able to take him down. I won't make a move, the Firmament King said calmly, but you can handle it yourself. The 81 boundary stones are not only used to deal with the Demon Lord. Then, the Firmament King's voice disappeared completely. Tianyang's eyes lit up immediately. He still had the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. It could suppress the Demon Lord. Of course, it could also smash Hundred-Eyed Emperor into meat paste with one strike. At this moment, the time and space sluggishness caused by the Firmament King's appearance also began to disappear. Tianyang took a deep breath and waved his right hand. The Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar appeared in his hand. In just a moment, countless primeval demon chi followed Tianyang's arm and invaded Tianyang's divine soul. But if I can smash this guy to death, you can do whatever you want. Tianyang's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth. He allowed the primeval demon chi to devour his divine soul power and held the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar tightly. At this moment, the time and space sluggishness completely disappeared. Die! Hundred-Eyed Emperor laughed maniacally. Tianyang's sword had been completely crushed by his demon chi. Tianyang, on the other hand, raised the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. You're the one who's going to die. Half of Tianyang's divine soul had been corroded by the primeval demon chi. The Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar was raised high. This is the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Do you want to die? Only demons can touch the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. If a human from the divine realm touches it, they will be completely corroded by the primeval demon chi and turn into dust. Hundred-Eyed Emperor roared. Of course, he knew that the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar could completely destroy him. But this was completely mutual destruction. Damn it, you're crazy. Seeing that Tianyang was unmoved, Hundred-Eyed Emperor roared and turned to escape. At this moment, Tianyang's mouth twitched. You've already lost. The Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar in his hand instantly expanded by tens of thousands of times. With the last of Tianyang's divine power, it smashed down. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. End of chapter. Chapter 1798. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The barrier formed by the myriad world heavenly eyes crumbled under the impact of the pillar. The central demonic soil was smashed into a deep abyss with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of miles. At the same time, a strange black light flashed across the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Demonic chi surged into the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Even I can't control the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Under the suppression of the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar, Tianyang's physical body was completely destroyed. The Hundred-Eyed Sovereign's demonic soul was also forcefully expelled from his body. The remaining 30% of his demonic soul power was still weakening. If you kill me now, you'll be here soon to accompany me. Lord Demon Ancestor's order has finally been fulfilled. After that, the Hundred-Eyed Sovereign's demonic soul was completely destroyed. At this time, nearly 70% of Tianyang's divine soul had been corroded by the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar. Only 30% of his divine soul was left in its original golden color. 70% of it had turned black. Don't worry, Tianyang waved his hand, and the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar was thrown into the boundary of nothingness of the chaotic pocket world. If you die, I can live several times longer than you. Tianyang chuckled. Although the Demon Suppression Ancient Pillar had been put away by Tianyang, it was still black. The black part of Tianyang's body was still expanding. If Tianyang had enough divine power, He could have spent a few months gradually suppressing and dispelling the primordial demonic chi. However, if Tianyang devoured the demonic chi now, even after being converted by the Sky Cloud Sword, a part of it would still be devoured by the primordial demonic chi. The more he absorbed, the more the primordial demonic chi would be strengthened. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the chaotic divine domain and demon suppression ancient pillar from start. With these two, the 100-eyed sovereign would have to crawl. Tianyang smiled bitterly and sat cross-legged on the ground. However, Tianyang knew that the chaotic divine domain would not be able to get close to the 100-eyed sovereign. Later on, the demon suppression ancient pillar would not be able to kill the 100-eyed sovereign. Most of the time, the 100-eyed sovereign would be able to escape. As for Tianyang, who had exposed his trump card, it would be even more difficult to deal with him a second time. Let me count. There's still 5 minutes. The larger the area occupied by the primordial devil chi, the faster it would continue to devour. 5 minutes, and that was because Tianyang had overestimated it. Then, how do you use the Tsang Emperor's sword? At this moment, the voice of Firmament Supreme Being was heard again. I've wasted a lot of energy talking to you. If I can't kill the Fiend Ancestor, I'll be the first to kill you. The Firmament Godly King said. Although his words were somewhat unfriendly, the concern in his tone was obvious. Now, take out your heavenly sword and stab yourself. The Godly King of Firmament said. Then, you will know what to do. Then, the voice of the Firmament God disappeared again. The Firmament God King did not have much energy left since the primordial age. There were even fewer things that could be used in the Devil Realm. If not for the fact that Tianyang's battle record of killing a venerable sovereign as an emperor had exceeded the Firmament God King's expectations, the Firmament God King would have gone to find the next person to end the reincarnation cycle. Stab myself. Hearing that, Tianyang's mouth twitched. He waved his right hand, and the heavenly sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the tip of the sword that had killed many enemies, Tianyang suddenly felt a little scared. If he were to stab himself, he would be committing suicide. Could it be that the Azure Celestial King saw that his sword had been completely merged with Tianyang, and that even if he was reborn, he would have no sword to use? So in a fit of anger, he wanted Tianyang to stab him to death to avenge the fusion of the Azure Celestial King's sword? A lot of useless information flashed through Tianyang's mind. Tianyang's lips curled into a smile. He was just imagining things before. Although it sounded ridiculous to stab himself with the heavenly sword, Tianyang was now in his divine soul state. When the heavenly sword was inserted, not only could it connect with the Sea of Soul, but the demon-cleansing power of the heavenly sword would also enter Tianyang's divine soul to continuously evolve the primordial demon aura. Moreover, it could also devour the endless demon aura left behind by the 100-eyed sovereign after his death. The demon aura was emitted after the death of a venerable sovereign. Every time it completely disappeared, Tianyang's heart would ache a little. One should know that the martial soul could nourish one's cultivation. The heavenly sword could be returned to Tianyang after devouring an venerable sovereign. It was not a problem at all. Previously, Tianyang could only watch helplessly as absorbing the primordial demon aura would only strengthen it. Now, he could finally devour it freely. Boom! The chaotic divine power on the heavenly sword had long been exhausted. Tianyang also spent a lot of effort to summon it back. Then, he looked at the tip of the heavenly sword and took a deep breath. Boom! The heavenly sword was directly inserted between Tianyang's eyebrows. Boom! 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 In an instant, an extremely terrifying demon aura storm was born with Tianyang as the center. The primordial demon aura in the Sea of Soul was rapidly purified by the heavenly sword. The venerable sovereign demon aura left behind by the 100-eyed sovereign was also being devoured crazily. At the same time, Tianyang's chaotic small world was rapidly recovering at this moment. If it recovered to a certain extent, Tianyang would not need the heavenly sword as he could deal with the primordial demon aura by himself. All Daos returned to chaos, and all techniques came from chaos. The demon aura was no exception. On the heavenly sword, rays of 9-colored xinguang bloomed. The primordial demon aura that invaded Tianyang's divine soul also turned into the purest energy and was transferred into the heavenly sword. Although the firmament divine king did not mention it, Tianyang had a rough idea. The reason why the heavenly sword could devour demon aura was because it had merged with the firmament emperor's sword. No wonder it was the firmament divine king who dealt with the demonic ancestor instead of the immortal heavenly master. Judging from the situation, the immortal heavenly master who could attack many times was obviously stronger than the firmament divine king. However, it's really troublesome to refine this primordial demon aura. Tianyang frowned slightly. The heavenly sword was only an upper-grade divine level. It was still far from enough to deal with the primordial demon aura on the demon suppression ancient pillar. However, this was the safest way. However, Tianyang's current appearance was a little strange. He was sitting cross-legged in the void with the heavenly sword pierced between his eyebrows, the heavenly demonic pillar. Since the 100-eyed sovereign was here, the headquarters of the Phantom Demon tribe was naturally here as well. At this moment, the entire Phantom Demon tribe was in a state of panic. The 100-eyed clan leader has fallen. Countless phantom demons were trembling. The Phantom Demon tribe was not like the Heavenly Demon tribe. 3 out of the 4 rulers of the Demon Kingdom were heavenly demons. The 100-eyed sovereign was the only sovereign in the Phantom Demon tribe. Now, this white jade pillar that supported the sea of purple gold had fallen. Information about the demonic ancestor? At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Phantom Demon tribe, who was still immersed in grief, had a slight change in expression. The heavenly demonic pillar had sent a message. The conquest of the 10,000 worlds that occurs once every 10,000 years has begun. P.S. The final volume. The catastrophe of the era has begun. Chapter 1799. The once in 10,000 years conquest of the myriad worlds is about to begin. Not only the Phantom Demon clan had lost their sovereigns, but the entire clan was in grief. The Heavenly Demon clan, the Flame Demon clan, the Blood Demon clan. At this time, countless demons received the news from the sky-piercing demon pillar. Although it's about time, it's about time. However, isn't this a little too sudden? In the western part of the Eastern Demon Kingdom, the Eastern Demon King frowned slightly. He was the king of the 4 great demon kingdoms, the only Flame Demon clan among the 4 sovereigns, and also the patriarch of the Flame Demon clan. There was no such useless position as the Supreme Elder in the Demon clan. Whoever was the strongest would be the patriarch. The Supreme Elder was only used for worship. Except for the last moment, there was almost no chance for him to make a move. The Supreme Elder was useless to the Demon clan, who was focused on developing and might encounter foreign enemies at any time. This was the difference between the Demon clan and the Human clan. The blood of the Demon clan always flowed with battle. After the Eastern Demon King received the news, he was also in an instant. A ball of raging flames ignited on his body. I wonder how many great worlds will be destroyed in my hands this time. The Eastern Demon King grinned sinisterly. However, when he browsed down, the Eastern Demon King was stunned. Tianshao Great World? What is that? An unknown great world? Why are they targeting this great world? In the message, it was clearly mentioned that in the process of conquering the myriad worlds, the suspected Tianshao Great World would be directly destroyed no matter what. It was not to turn the countless races and creatures on it into a sea of blood of the Demon clan. Instead, it would be directly destroyed by the Demon clan experts of the God realm and above. Not even a little bit of the world's origin was left. It's really strange. Seeing this, the Eastern Demon King shrugged. Less than a month? It's quite urgent. But I can't wait. Soon after, countless demons in the Eastern Devil Nation received a message. A month later, the conquest would begin. The Western Demon Kingdom, the Southern Demon Kingdom, and the Northern Demon Kingdom were all the same. Apart from the Firmament Great World, which the demon clans found strange, the rest of the demon clans instantly entered a state of complete combat readiness. Although the conquest of the myriad worlds would definitely bring about countless deaths, the myriad worlds would definitely bring about countless deaths. However, there were still countless worlds that would become the territory of the devil race. The demon race was good at invading, but not good at building. They had been waiting for 10,000 years for such an opportunity to attack. Tianshao Great World? In the Heavenly King Palace, Heavenly King Hanshi frowned slightly. Did that human from the God realm mention this before? Could it be that the fiend ancestor has already taken action? Heavenly King Hanshi's face darkened. If the fiend ancestor were to attack, Tianyang would definitely die. Who knows, it might even implicate him. However, that lad was chosen by the Tsang Heavenly Emperor's sword. He shouldn't die so easily. Heavenly King Hanshi frowned. If Tianyang died, he probably wouldn't be able to recover either. No venerable sovereigns have come to us yet. That guy should still be alive. 10 days had passed since Tianyang killed Hundred-Eyed Sovereign. Tianyang had been sitting cross-legged in midair, allowing the Tianshao sword to purify the primordial demon Qi in his body. Tianyang had estimated that he would need at least a month to recover. However, during the battle, he had condensed the chaotic divine domain on the Tianshao sword at the last moment. This crazy action had almost cost him his life. At the same time, it had strengthened the chaotic divine domain. With the recovery of the chaotic divine domain, Tianyang's speed of purifying the demon Qi became faster and faster. In the end, it only took 10 days for Tianyang to clear almost all the demon Qi in his body. Half-step ultimate god. Tianyang took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The last cloud of demon Qi had been expelled by Tianyang. Tianyang's aura had officially advanced from Emperor Realm to half-step ultimate god. In less than a year after coming to the demon realm, Tianyang's cultivation had leaped from the peak of God Realm late stage to half-step ultimate god. This terrifying speed was incomparable even to the countless geniuses from ancient times until now. However, Tianyang also knew, although his cultivation speed was fast, there were also countless more terrifying life and death crises than before. The four emperors had joined forces to besiege and were imprinted with the Blood Soul Curse. More than 300 demon gods were constantly exhausted. In addition to Su Yin and Yin Xian, Tianyang was almost completely dead. He risked the possibility of Su Yin and Yin Xian reacting and increasing the distance between them and him directly dying to kill the two strongest demon kings of the demon race. In the end, the Blood Soul Curse came back to life at this time, making Tianyang only a hair's breadth away from death. Not to mention, he had to defeat all the sects with boundary steals in the various demon nations. Later on, he almost fought with Heavenly King Hanshi, who was an ultimate god, with his cultivation level not even at Emperor Realm. Finally, two ancient super big shots appeared in one Emperor Realm tribulation. He could finally pass the tribulation easily. Not long after, an Emperor Realm expert charged out. Basically, other than crushing more than 300 demon gods, Tianyang did not have an easy battle. At any time, he could die completely because of a moment of carelessness. With so many bloody battles, it was not surprising that his strength improved so quickly. However, that physical body was completely smashed into meat paste by the demon suppression ancient pillar. Tianyang looked into the distance, at his corpse that had completely disappeared a long time ago, and muttered. The power of chaos was released. Indestructible chaos. Tianyang shouted in a low voice, and the power of chaos surged over. Immediately after, chaos god laws turned into divine chains of order, forming a human body. The chaos was the flesh and blood, and the god laws were the skeleton. With a thought, the true body was formed. In less than a second, Tianyang's body was restored again. As for the body that had been occupied by Hundred Eyes Emperor, Tianyang was not interested. Not to mention that it had been completely smashed by the demon suppression ancient pillar. Even if it was intact, he did not want to use it. However, what's going on in the demon realm? After breaking through to half-step ultimate god, Tianyang's divine soul power had also strengthened by countless times. With a thought, it spread out over 1,000,000 miles. The scenes in dozens of demon cities clearly appeared in Tianyang's mind, although their strength was different. However, almost every demon was either crazily competing in martial arts cultivation or constantly creating weapons. Why do almost all of the demons seem to be about to fight? Tianyang was puzzled. 10 days ago, it was not like this. Then his divine soul power coincidentally swept across a notice board in a demon city. His pupils instantly contracted. The demon race's conquest of the 10,000 worlds has begun again. End of this chapter. Chapter 1800. The demon race's conquest of the 10,000 realms. Tianyang was no stranger to this name. In other words, he was so familiar with it that it pierced his bones. In his previous life, he was still the Tianji Sword Emperor. He fought against the demons in the Tianshao Great World and was severely injured countless times. He was almost on the verge of death. Even his parents' previous life had most likely died in the demon race's conquest of the 10,000 realms. Although it was completely resolved in the end, it still brought about countless injuries to the Tianshao Great World. The Ice Emperor, Sword Saint Zhou Xing, and other Ascension Realm powerhouses in the Tianshao Great World had their strength regressed because of this. In this life, they also encountered the Demon Emperor's Blood Sea catastrophe. The damage to the Tianshao Great World was even worse than the demon race's conquest of the 10,000 realms 10,000 years ago. Now, it was starting again. Could it be that the Demon Emperor's last attack wasn't the conquest of the 10,000 realms, but a local invasion? Tianyang's expression suddenly became serious. The demon realm was a great world that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the deity realm, or even surpass it. Once the conquest of the 10,000 realms was launched, it was equivalent to a war that could destroy the entire world. In fact, this was exactly the case. He just killed a demon sovereign, and now he's launching the conquest of the 10,000 realms. Tianyang's expression darkened, and he fully released his divine soul power. You want to know everything about the conquest of the 10,000 realms. That's the demon race. The Xiantian Great World. The places where the Xiantian Supreme had stayed before, including the True Dragon Sacred World, the Immortality Realm, Dan Sign of Ill, and the Dragon Demons. Now, they had all grown into powerful existences that could compete with some of the weaker ancient forces, especially the Dragon Emperor. Although he had been severely injured in the battle with the Undying Prince, he had not died after all. After many years of recuperation, his strength had improved instead of regressing. He had vaguely surpassed the Holy Emperor and stepped into the divine realm. Now, he was already a demigod. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor stared in disbelief at the demon race powerhouse descending from the sky with a monstrous demonic aura. Most of them were Wu Zun and posed no threat to the Dragon Emperor. However, the leaders of the demon race were different. Judging from his aura alone, he was not any weaker than him. In the records of the profound heaven's great world, the strongest expert is only a sage emperor. When did a demigod appear? An extremely calm and indifferent voice sounded from the leader of the devilish army. His indifferent gaze looked down at the dragon demons below. Demons, why have you come to the Xiantian Great World? At this moment, an extremely old voice sounded. Then a boy appeared in front of those demons. The real master of the Void Mountain, Samsara Boy. However, the current reincarnation boy was no longer the same as the reincarnation boy when he opened the path to God. It actually possessed the aura of divine Tao laws. Reincarnation Patriarch, you are? Sensing reincarnation boy's aura, Dragon Emperor Xietian was also stunned. He had seen Samsara Boy before. At that time, Samsara Boy's cultivation was completely at the Sage Emperor level. He was even weaker than himself. How did he suddenly become so strong now? You can become a god, but there's no need. Samsara Boy's old voice sounded. At this moment, the leader of the demon race narrowed his eyes. So you've come from the divine world, the vanguard of the demon race? Just a few demigods, and you want to attack the Xiantian Great World? Demons, don't you think you're overthinking things? Samsara Boy said indifferently. Then he pointed a finger. A small and delicate finger pointed out. It looked soft and weak, without the slightest bit of strength. However, the huge finger formed by the power of the void gathered in the sky above the countless demons. The finger pressed down. Boom! Countless demons with only demon venerable's cultivation were naturally unable to resist Samsara Boy's godly power. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. However, although the demigod in front was seriously injured by the finger, he still sneered. However, Lord Demon God also predicted that there might be demigods in the Shantian Great World. Lord Demon God, you can come out now. The demon demigod bit his finger. Blood mixed with demonic chi shot out. In the space, a spatial door was torn open. Samsara Boy's expression changed when he saw this, and he pointed again. Boundless power of the void turned into two spiraling finger lights that shot toward the spatial door. However, a black arm burning with flames reached out from the spatial door. Lord Demon Ancestor has given a death order. Every world similar to the Tianshao Great World must be destroyed. A dry and mechanical voice came from the spatial door. Let's start with the Shantian Great World. Then, the spatial door suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Samsara Boy. The punch landed heavily on Samsara Boy's face. The peak of the early stage, godly realm. Samsara Boy spat out blood and flew backward. His expression changed drastically. The demon race had sent a peak early stage, godly realm cultivator to attack the Shantian Great World. Dragon Emperor, inform all the forces in the Shantian Great World to enter a state of war. The demon race is here. In an instant, the flames of war were swirling in the Shantian Great World. I didn't expect that after the great lore of heaven, there would be a day when we would fight the demon race. All heaven's swords swept past the demon sovereign and flew back to Shintian Wuzuan's hand. Shintian Wuzuan was bathed in blood. He looked at the demon race army that blotted out the sky and the earth and smirked. Behind him, the city he was in had already been conquered by the demon race. Only flames were left. The peak of Wuzun, you're just an ant. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A holy emperor demon appeared. However, he didn't care about Shintian Wuzuan at all and walked right past. But Shintian Wuzuan's pupils constricted and his body turned cold. The Saint Emperor had once appeared on another battlefield. Now he was here. That battlefield had already fallen. Countless demons saw this scene and immediately smiled hideously. They surrounded Shintian Wuzuan. Before Tianyang left last time, he had set up a world formation in the Tianshao Great World. Without the cultivation of a holy emperor, it was impossible to find the Tianshao Great World in the galaxy. Therefore, the Tianshao Great World wasn't affected by the demon race's expeditionary army. However, the demon race had already appeared in the Tianshao Great World during the expedition of the 10,000 Worlds 100 million years ago and had been sealed by experts. As if they had been summoned, they broke out of the ground. The Tianshao Great World was also involved in the flames of war. The demon realm. Tianyang casually threw away the corpse of a demon god. From the previous soul search, he also learned everything about this expedition of the 10,000 Worlds. His face suddenly turned livid. Now, it was already the 10th day since the order was issued. Countless great worlds had been invaded by the demon race. He also didn't know if the Tianshao Great World had been affected. Tianyang raised his head angrily and looked into the distance. The heavenly demon pillar was faintly discernible under the blood-red sunlight. Demon Ancestor. End of this chapter. Chapter 1801. The demon realm started the conquest of the 10,000 worlds again. Just as Tianyang was filled with anger and was about to attack the sky-piercing demonic pillar, God King of Firmament suddenly spoke. It was different from before, when he was a man of few words and was unwilling to waste any energy. Now he was extremely concerned. Yes, Tianyang's Tianyang sword had merged with the Great Void sword embryo. As long as an enemy appeared, even if it was a demon god that he could kill easily, Tianyang could activate the sky-devouring secret skill and kill everything in front of him. Calm down. God King of Firmament suddenly shouted when he sensed Tianyang's unstable state of mind. The powerful force suppressed Tianyang's anger and cleared Tianyang's mind. "Tell me the situation," God King of Firmament said seriously. Tianyang took a deep breath. He knew that without God King of Firmament's help, he would not be able to defeat the demon ancestor. Thus, he briefly explained the situation to her. When he talked about the Tianxiao Great World, he could not help but be furious. He wanted to kill the demon ancestor immediately. "Tianxiao Great World. Is it the world where you held the Tsang Emperor sword when you were born?" God King of Firmament muttered to himself, and his tone became extremely serious. "It seems that the demon ancestor has obtained the sword soul of the Tsang Emperor sword for tens of millions of years. He finally got some information from it, and can sense the location of the other swords. However, the conquest of the 10,000 worlds seems to have started a long time ago. The demon emperor of the Tianxiao Great World and the demon saint of the Xintian Great World should have started the conquest of the 10,000 worlds. Why has it started again in less than a few decades?" Tianyang voiced his doubts. "It seems that the demon ancestor has sensed it," God King of Firmament said. "The catastrophe of the era is about to begin. The demon ancestor is not afraid of it at all. On the contrary, he is unusually supportive of it. Therefore, before the catastrophe of the era begins, the demon ancestor will launch the conquest of the 10,000 worlds again and destroy them. In this way, it will be easier for Mo Wushuang to start the catastrophe of the era," the Firmament God King said. Upon hearing that, Tianyang's pupils constricted. Supporting the epic catastrophe? Once the epic calamity erupts at full force, the myriad worlds in the universe will shatter. The demonic world is no exception. This is exactly what the fiend ancestor wants. Then, a translucent figure appeared beside Tianyang. His sharp eyes looked at the faintly discernible heavenly demonic pillar. "Previously, I plan to let you slowly recuperate until you've at least broken through to ultimate God before fighting the demon ancestor. Now, I have no choice but to fight the fiend ancestor," the Firmament God King said. In fact, Firmament Being also knew that if Tianyang had not broken through to the ultimate God realm, even with the help of Firmament Being and the demon suppression ancient pillar, he still had some chance of winning against the demon ancestor. However, the chances of winning were extremely slim. It was so uncertain that the godly king of the firmament was willing to wait another 10 years until Tianyang completely stepped into the ultimate God realm. However, Firmament Being, an immortal heavenly lord, did not expect the demon ancestor to launch the conquering of the myriad worlds at this time. One should know that the epic calamity only happened once every billion years. It was not because the demon ancestor only launched it once every billion years. Instead, it was because the demon ancestor was accumulating power all the time. A billion years was only the time when the power accumulated to a certain extent. Once the demon ancestor succeeded in conquering the myriad worlds, the heavenly way's origin would definitely be damaged. The epic calamity might also come earlier. Now, the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. "I know." Tianyang became silent. He raised his head and looked at the heavenly demonic pillar in the distance. It seemed like the conquering of the myriad worlds had been launched. The heavenly demonic pillar, standing in the center of the demonic land, became more and more obvious. At the same location, the heavenly demonic pillar could be seen more clearly. "Then, demon ancestor, you better wash your neck and prepare to die." Tianyang smirked. Boundless battle intent burst out from his body. Tianyang's reverse scale had been touched. Tianyang, the dragon, was about to unleash the wrath of the world. The heavenly demonic pillar, as the origin of all orders, the heavenly demonic pillar had been constantly releasing layers of demonic light ever since the conquering of the myriad worlds began, transmitting them to the entire demonic world. Around the heavenly demonic pillar, the demonic chi of heaven and earth became extremely abundant because of the demonic light. It's a pity that the divine realm isn't one of the targets of the expedition of the 10,000 worlds. Those arrogant humans from the divine realm are the best to kill. A half-step demon god smiled cruelly. However, slaughtering the weaklings of ordinary great worlds is almost as satisfying. Beside him, another half-step demon god laughed heartily when he heard that. Of course, it's all thanks to the demon ancestor starting the conquering of the myriad worlds again. I haven't killed those human ants, who are even weaker than animals, for tens of years. This time, I slaughtered an entire province with one move. Tens of millions of living beings were directly reduced to a pool of blood. All they could do was let out a scream. The half-step demon god laughed. If not for the fact that the great world was quite strong and had a deity, I could have wiped out that great world directly. TCH, that's nothing. This time I'm... Boom! A surging wave of air instantly erupted. A figure directly passed through the heavenly, demonic pillar city. The storm that swept up directly turned more than half of the city into ruins. Even the countless demon race experts who were discussing the conquering of the myriad worlds were directly reduced to countless pieces of flesh by this wave of air. Who's there? Of course, this wave of air could only kill those below the deity realm. Those above the deity realm were instantly blocked. Who dares to be so impudent beside the heavenly demonic pillar? Following a series of furious roars, several figures flew out from different parts of the city. Impudent? At that moment, the figure suddenly stopped, revealing Tianyang's figure. His sharp gaze swept across the demon gods. There were early-stage demon gods and late-stage demon gods, although the demon world might be slightly stronger than the divine world. However, in terms of the number of deity realm experts, both sides were about the same. Beside the heavenly demonic pillar was the largest city in the entire demon world. There were already thousands of demon gods inside. A human from the divine world? At that moment, an expert noticed the surging aura on Tianyang's body and narrowed his eyes. You're just a two-legged sheep. How dare you be so impudent in the demon world? In the next moment, countless demon gods simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Countless light pillars shot out from the hands of these demon gods and headed straight for Tianyang. Impudent? Seeing this, Tianyang said coldly, "Not just impudent. Today I'm going to tear down this heavenly demonic pillar." Heaven-devouring secret technique, erupt. End of chapter. Chapter 1802. The heaven-devouring secret skill was unleashed. Streams of powerful devouring power erupted from Tianyang's body, after the Firmament Emperor Sword had completely merged with the Heavenly Sword. All the talents of the Heavenly Sword's martial soul had been strengthened by leaps and bounds. Whether it was the third martial soul talent, Devil Cleansing, the second martial soul talent, Heavenly Sword, or the strongest martial soul talent, the heaven-devouring secret skill. Compared to before, it was several times more powerful. Therefore, when the heaven-devouring secret skill was unleashed, the attacks launched by the countless demon gods were all sucked into the devouring force. They were forcibly decomposed into demonic chi and were devoured by the heavenly sword. Then, they were fed back into Tianyang's body. Tianyang's aura instantly rose by a lot and reached the level of an ultimate god. The heaven-devouring secret skill was the fusion of the heavenly sword and the Firmament Emperor Sword. The original heavenly sword could devour tens of thousands of weapons and continue to level up. The Firmament Emperor Sword was forged by the Firmament Emperor God to deal with the demon clan. The fusion of the two naturally turned into the heaven-devouring secret skill that could even devour demonic chi. It only took a moment. All the attacks disappeared completely. Tianyang's aura rose by a lot. What? Seeing this, a demon god's expression changed drastically. Why did his attacks disappear inexplicably and this human from the divine realm's cultivation suddenly soared? Could it be that he can devour demonic chi? A demon god immediately thought of this. However, in the next moment, he was drowned out by a cold snort. Demonic chi is the most powerful source of energy that surpasses all the realms in the universe. How could it be devoured by a human from the divine realm? Quickly go and get Lord Hundred-Eyed Emperor. If Hundred-Eyed Emperor intervenes, this rascal will definitely die. The strongest demon god present was not a demon monarch. Going against Tianyang now would only be courting death. However, they did not retreat at all. After all, beside the heavenly demonic pillar. However, there was a real demon sovereign guarding this place at all times. Hundred-eyed Emperor? Tianyang heard the demon god's angry roar and muttered to himself. Then he smiled slightly. You won't find him, but you'll be able to see him soon. Tianyang smiled. The great void sword embryo in his hand released endless Xingguang. However, on the road to the underworld, Sky Cloud Sword's second martial soul talent, Sky Cloud Sword. In an instant, beams of powerful sword light burst out from the great void sword embryo. In merely an instant, the sword light had penetrated the bodies of so many demon gods. Boom! What? Streaks of blood-red light shot out, and the demon gods' expressions changed abruptly. Someone had already gone to inform Lord Hundred-Eyed Emperor, yet this human from the god realm still dared to attack. Was he not afraid that the enraged Hundred-Eyed Emperor would kill him with a single glance? However, they didn't have time to continue thinking about this topic. This was because the Green Lotus sword principles and the true flames of destruction bloomed at the same time. Immediately after, their entire bodies were burned to ashes. Boom! In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. The next moment, in the sky above the demon city, dozens of demon gods were completely burned to ashes. There was no possibility for them to stand up again. What? Below, some of the demons who hadn't shown up were shocked and looked at the scene above in disbelief. They were weak and didn't dare to take the initiative to deal with such a formidable existence. However, with the help of dozens of demon gods, they were extremely confident in their chances of success. A human from the divine world, who looked so young, would be instantly killed by the experts of the devil race. It was a matter of fact. However, dozens of demon gods from their own demon clan were instantly killed by a sword. There are no emperors within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It seems that the demon ancestor doesn't trust his subordinates very much. He only left Hundred-Eyed Emperor, who is full of flaws except for his powerful divine soul, to guard the heavenly demon pillar. After killing dozens of demon gods, Tianyang didn't show much emotion. When he was afflicted with the blood soul curse, he had killed far more demons than the demon gods he had killed. The only difference between these demons and those demon gods was that they were in different locations. So, if that demon ancestor doesn't show up, Tianyang turned his head and looked at the heavenly demon pillar in the sky. Don't blame me for destroying it. In the next moment, the demon suppression ancient pillar appeared in his hands. The power of chaos wrapped around Tianyang's hands, preventing the primordial demon aura from corroding Tianyang. Instead, the primordial demon aura became Tianyang's sharp blade. Boom! Without hesitation, Tianyang struck the heavenly demon pillar with the pillar. What? Seeing this, the expressions of countless demons changed drastically. The heavenly demon pillar was the sacred ground of the sacred grounds in the demon realm. It symbolized the supreme demon ancestor who had led the demon clan since the ancient times. Even Hundred-Eyed Emperor was respectful in front of the heavenly demon pillar, as if the heavenly demon pillar was a demon. No demon had ever dared to touch it. Moreover, he struck it. Rumble. On the demon suppression ancient pillar, streams of primordial demon aura surged out violently. At this moment, the heavenly demon pillar, which had been calm all this while, had some changes. Black ripples that looked like water ripples were released from the surface of the water. Demon suppression ancient pillar? Long time no see. At this moment, an elegant and easygoing voice slowly sounded. Suddenly, the surrounding time seemed to have stopped. Whether it was the shocked demons in the demon city or the demon gods who had rushed over after hearing the news. Even the ground, the sky, and the blood-red sun were frozen. It was as if they were frozen in amber that encompassed the entire demon realm. It was full of vitality and life. However, it was still. Even Tianyang, who had been on guard for a long time, was frozen for a second by this time. After a second, Tianyang used the power of chaos to rush out of the frozen time. His pupils contracted, and his heart trembled. This was the demon ancestor? This was the demon ancestor's strength? His true body had not appeared, and the entire demon realm was frozen because of this? In front of a supreme expert, the power of chaos was just a toy that could be manipulated at will. Tianyang now truly understood this sentence. Even if he had reached the cultivation level of a half-step supreme god, now, he did not feel that he was in front of the demon ancestor. He had half a chance of winning. After so many years, someone finally wants to be a guest in the demon pillar. In an instant, a terrifying suction force erupted from the heavenly demon pillar. Streams of short and rapid ripples erupted from the heavenly demon pillar. Without giving Tianyang any time, it swept past Tianyang's body. It pulled Tianyang into the heavenly demon pillar. End of chapter. Chapter 1803. Boom! A terrifying suction force erupted from the heavenly demonic pillar. Under the control of space-time freeze, Tianyang was unable to put up much of a fight before he was forcefully swallowed. Although Tianyang was only a half-step ultimate god, he was still a half-step ultimate god. He was still far from being able to resist the demon ancestor who was already a divine king in the primordial era. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, and Tianyang regained his senses. The scenery around him was completely different. The ground was dark, and the sky was blood-red. In the distance, there was a demonic fire abyss spewing out endless lava. Nearby, there was a huge mountain with countless demonic beasts roaring. All kinds of scenes were gathered in the heavenly demonic pillar. This is the central demonic land in the primordial era. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in front of Tianyang. A handsome man with white hair and white robes appeared in front of Tianyang. Tianyang's muscles tensed up when he saw the man. This man was the demon ancestor. The immortal fire in his blood pulsed wildly. Even when facing the hundred-eyed emperor and the undying emperor, the immortal fire did not retreat at all. When facing the demon ancestor, it could not help but tremble. The demonic world was not so big back then, and I had not reached the ultimate god realm. Or rather, I was a sovereign. The central demonic land was very ordinary back then. It was just a small area on the continent of origin. In the primordial era, where there were countless ultimate gods and geniuses, it was just an existence that could be easily squashed by experts. The white-haired man smiled and said, "But now, my demon realm has become one of the two largest fragments of the ancient origin continent. Our strength is much stronger than the divine world." Then, the white-haired man waved his hand. The scene of the central devil land changed abruptly. It became an endless galaxy. At this moment, Tianyang finally knew what the demonic world was like. Unlike the divine world, which was a continent in the galaxy, the demonic world was a sphere. It was completely black with parts of it embellished with blood red. The dark gray demonic chi made Tianyang unable to see the details of the demonic world. In the beginning, the central demonic land cultivated true origin and divine power. However, did you know that everything changed after the calamity of an epic? The white-haired man smiled, as if he had thought of something wonderful. The corners of his mouth curled up into an unusually satisfied smile. Lord Demon Lord wasn't as strong as he is now. Perhaps you guys don't know about the epic calamity he triggered. He only destroyed a small part of the origin continent. Central Demonic Land was one of those places. Because of Lord Demon Lord's overwhelming power, we didn't die. Instead, we became a race that was completely different from the countless creatures in the land of origin. This great demonic chi was created by the Demon Lord. The white-haired man opened his hand, and the scene around him changed again. However, what appeared this time was an extremely ordinary world. It world was demonic world. This is an ordinary great world without any martial arts civilization. Although there are some powerful forces that can change mountains and rivers, they still can't break out of the great world. Therefore, it self-destructed 500 million years after the primordial age was destroyed. That world also collapsed, and the countless living beings on it vanished into thin air. In the end, it was devoured by the endless galaxy. The ultimate fate of a world is to be destroyed. The same goes for the thousands of worlds. The powerful continent of origin in the primordial age was destroyed and became the myriad worlds. The white-haired man smiled even more brightly. Doesn't that mean the ultimate fate of the myriad worlds and the endless galaxy is to be destroyed? Destruction is the heavenly Tao. You cultivators keep seizing the power of the heavens to let your world survive. Isn't that against the heavenly Tao? You are the sinners who have defied the heavens. As for us demons, we follow the will of the heavens and destroy the myriad of worlds. Everything will be destroyed. That's what the demon lord said. So, he launched the calamities of the era again and again. It's a pity that you are ignorant. You don't know the true rules of the heavenly Tao. You go against the heavens and let the myriad worlds, which should have fallen, survive until today. We demons conquer the myriad worlds not for our own survival, but to show the power of the heavenly Tao. The white-haired man laughed. Then he looked at Tianyang. I know you were here to kill me, but a sinner? Who gave you the courage to kill a heavenly Tao emissary? The demonic ancestor finished speaking. The surrounding scene collapsed instantly. I'm done. What about you? The demon ancestor said with a smile. For some reason, his delicate face was filled with a bewitching charm. Everything will be destroyed. Destruction is the heavenly Tao. Tianyang was stunned. He was prepared to fight the demonic ancestor as soon as he entered the heavenly demonic pillar. He didn't expect the demonic ancestor to say something like that. Why did you come to the demonic world? Isn't it because of the immortal heavenly lord and the firmament divine king's plan? If you didn't have the firmament emperor's sword and the creation divine sword fragments, how could you come to the demonic world? The demonic ancestor squinted his eyes, and his magnetic voice sounded. Everything will be destroyed. You will die sooner or later, and so will I. But why do you want to die as the chess piece of those divine kings who have nothing to do with you? The demonic ancestor chuckled. Streams of demonic qi rippled out like water. Tianyang's eyes were also a little dazed at this moment. Why don't you follow me and be the heavenly Tao emissary? Let the heavenly Tao truly dominate its world. The demonic ancestor's words completely overturned Tianyang's view of the demonic race. The demonic race conquered the myriad worlds. Since the primordial age, they had been invading, occupying, and destroying other worlds. In reality, it was for the entire myriad worlds. Cultivators went against the heavenly Tao and prevented the world from being destroyed. The demonic race was the one who pushed for the destruction of the world. A race that followed the heavenly Tao. The human race had always claimed to be the wisest of all things, the eldest son of the heavens and earth. Now it seemed right. In the eyes of the human race, the demonic race is evil and inhumane. They are a heinous race that wants to destroy the entire world. But what about you? You stole the power of the heavens and forcefully extended your life. You tried to use your life to measure the eternity of the heavens and earth. You are the sinners. The demonic ancestor smiled. At this moment, Tianyang walked toward the demonic ancestor involuntarily. The heavenly sword in his hand also gradually dimmed. That's right. The demonic ancestor smiled. Boom. However, in the next moment, the pure white tip of the sword pierced through the demonic ancestor's heart. Follow the heavenly Tao? Why should I follow the heavenly Tao? I went against the heavens for myself. Waves of 10,000 divine flame burned on Tianyang's body. Tianyang's eyes also regained their clarity. In a chapter. Chapter 1804. My life is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. Tianyang snorted coldly and slashed out with the heavenly sword in his hand. Beams of 9-color xinguang directly shattered the demon ancestor's body. However, the demon ancestor smiled and suddenly disappeared. Interesting. The demon ancestor appeared again and was already behind Tianyang. His chest was not injured at all. You actually dared to go against the heavens. Tianyang saw this and did not look surprised at all. What kind of existence was the demon ancestor? He was the supreme being of the demon world and the divine king of the demon clan. He was on the same level as the living immortal heavenly Lord and the azure divine king. It was already not easy for a mere half-step ultimate god to stand in front of the demon ancestor. Moreover, he wanted to kill the demon ancestor with a sneak attack? Don't even think about it. The reason why he suddenly attacked was because Tianyang's was really shaken, putting aside the fact that the demon ancestor's words were very tempting. Just the primeval demonic aura surrounding the demon ancestor was enough to cause ripples in Tianyang's soul. As a result, his mind was shaken. If Tianyang really submitted to the demon ancestor's words, then Tianyang's Tao foundation would be completely rewritten. For an ultimate god expert, one word and action could shake the heavens and earth. In front of the demon ancestor, one word could rewrite one's Tao foundation. Reaching the divine king realm, one's body was a law. If he did not attack, Tianyang would find it hard to believe that he could withstand the demon ancestor's words and not fall. My Tao has nothing to do with the people of the world. It also has nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. Tianyang looked at the demon ancestor, who had a strange smile on his face. The heavenly sword in his hand released beams of 9-colored xinguang. Cultivation has always been going against the heavens. Follow the will of the heavens and die with the will of the heavens. In the next moment, Tianyang's figure suddenly disappeared. Heavenly sword. A sword light appeared behind the demon ancestor without any warning. What a pity. The demon ancestor gently shook his head. If you had fought for the heavenly Tao, you might have had a chance to receive the demon sovereign's grace. Standing on the opposite side of heavens has already determined your fate. As for the sword light, it struck the demon ancestor hard. 3 inches. Then it was silently annihilated. It was as if he had never appeared. Do you think you're righteous? Demon Alpha did not plan on attacking. She allowed Tianyang to wander around and prepare for another attack. However, to this world, the heavenly Tao is the only justice. We, the demon race, are righteous. You are nothing but traitors. In the next moment, a majestic and terrifying aura erupted from the demon ancestor's body, even if the fiend ancestor didn't do anything. The surging primordial demon, Qi, still blasted Tianyang away. Even a half-step ultimate god's divine power and immortal chaotic body could not withstand the impact of the demonic Qi. Even the immortal bloodline had temporarily lost its effect. Boom! Tianyang's bones and tendons were broken as he crashed onto the ground. However, with this speed, it didn't even leave a single hole in the ground. Do you know what the heavenly demonic pillar is? The demon ancestor still had no intention of attacking and asked. Tianyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Clusters of immortal divine flames burned and helped Tianyang recover from his injuries. Unfortunately, his current speed was not even 1/10,000th of his previous speed. Tianyang was bathed in blood. Even the immortal heavenly Lord doesn't know. He probably thinks that the heavenly demonic pillar is a godly king's supreme treasure that I made. Just like the firmament emperor's sword in your hand, the godly king's supreme treasure of the firmament divine king. The demon ancestor's white hair fluttered gently as a smile appeared on her lips. Strangely, even if an ordinary demon smiled, there would be some evil intent. However, the demon ancestor's smile was like a newborn baby. It was like a newborn baby, incomparably pure, causing one to be involuntarily intoxicated. Heaven opening sword technique. Chaos heaven opening. Tianyang completely ignored the demon ancestor's words. His figure flashed, and the expanse secret technique was unleashed. He appeared behind the demon ancestor and slashed with his sword. Heaven opening sword, chaos heaven opening, and creation universe. These were the 3 strongest swords that Tianyang could unleash. This primal chaos, splitting heavens, was much stronger than the firmament sword. Boom! Chaos divine laws bloomed, and an extremely sharp sword light slashed at the demon ancestor's neck. However, it was exactly the same as heaven opening sword. When it was less than 3 inches away from the demon ancestor, it suddenly disappeared. However, all of you guessed wrong. The heavenly demonic pillar is actually my small world. The demon ancestor turned her head and smiled. You can't destroy anything in the heavenly demonic pillar because I've set it so that it cannot be destroyed, unless your small world power can break through the seal of my small world. Similarly, I've also set it so that no one can hurt me in the heavenly demonic pillar, unless your divine Tao laws are able to stand up to me as an equal. Then, the demon ancestor slowly raised her hand. Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly couldn't move. Then, the demon ancestor flicked her finger. Boom, 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 boom. Tianyang's body shot out like a cannonball. All the bones in his body turned into powder. His internal organs turned into fragments and spurted out along with blood. At the same time, Tianyang's body slammed into the ground. However, the ground didn't suffer any damage. Therefore, it was Tianyang who was sent flying by the ground again. In the heavenly demonic pillar, he was sent flying by the ground countless times. If that's all, then it's meaningless. The demon ancestor chuckled and retracted her hand. Rip! At that moment, the demon ancestor was stunned. A slight pain appeared on her neck. He lowered his head to take a look and saw a bloody mark on his neck. As for the wound, it had already healed. Interesting. The demon ancestor touched her neck and stained her finger with the blood that hadn't dried yet. Looking at the smear of blood on her fingertip, the smile on her lips deepened. Looks like your divine Tao laws are a little special, to be able to break through the heavenly demonic pillar and injure me. At that moment, Tianyang roared. Condense for me. Streaks of primal chaos power erupted from Tianyang's body. With Tianyang as the center, it turned into a whirlwind. Countless primal chaos power condensed into Tianyang's body. Primal chaos indestructible. I'm not the one who wants to deal with you. At that moment, Tianyang stood on the ground, panting. In his hand, a pillar suddenly appeared. However, it looked like it was missing 8 out of 9. The one who wants to deal with you is someone else. Tianyang shouted coldly. The demon suppressing ancient pillar in his hand instantly stabbed into the ground. Immediately, the 8 demon suppression ancient pillars that he had set up in the previous battle, and the last one had formed countless complicated runes between them. The demon ancestor happened to be in the center of the runes. Firmament Deity King, it's your turn now. Tianyang laughed loudly and injected the primal chaos power. Countless runes bloomed with dazzling light. 9 suppression demon seal. The primal demon chi that was stronger than the demon ancestor turned into a prison. It suppressed the demon ancestor. End of chapter. Chapter 1805. 9 suppression demon. The 9 suppression demon ancient pillars were slammed onto the ground. The demon chi that was more primitive than the demon ancestor's primordial demon chi ignored the absolute defense that the demon ancestor had set for his deity realm. Tianyang embedded it into the sky demon pillars. Suppression demon ancient pillars? Interesting. So it's not Heavenly King Hanchi. It's you who gathered all the suppression demon ancient pillars to kill me. The demon ancestor was trapped by the 9 demon suppression ancient pillars within the 9 suppression demon sealing pillars. However, he still had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. But it's about the same. Under the weakening of the demon suppression ancient pillar, which was divided into 9 parts and connected with each other to form an unprecedentedly powerful demon sealing formation, the invincible aura on the demon ancestor's body instantly dropped by a lot. In an instant, he fell from the invincible peak divine king to the same level as the 100-eyed emperor and the undying emperor. Xin, today will be the day you die. At this moment, Tianyang spoke slowly. His eyes were burning with the 10,000 elephant divine flame. Now, it was the firmament deity king who took over Tianyang's body. The pure white body of the sky cloud sword in his hand gradually turned into 9 colors. In the end, it turned into the firmament emperor's sword with 9 colors. Firmament deity king. Although the demon ancestor was weakened by the 9 suppression demon ancient pillars, he still had a mysterious smile on his face. It's been a long time. After all, the people you chose to end the reincarnation cycle all knew what I was like. They didn't want to step into the demonic realm even when they died. They were afraid that I would kill them, and they wouldn't be able to stop the demonic deity's epic catastrophe. The demon ancestor raised his hand, and the surrounding primordial demon chi surged. However, it was still far from the terrifying primordial demonic chi that could cause the death of countless stars with just a slight tremble. This time, I accidentally came to the demonic realm. So, you want to kill me once and for all to prevent future troubles? The demon ancestor smiled. He didn't look like his primordial demon chi was restricted at all. The firmament deity, king, looked indifferent. If you weren't tricked by the demon highness and joined us, we might be able to kill Mo Wushuang before the calamity of the First Era. However, you stubbornly persisted in going about things the wrong way. I don't know how many times you've tried to sabotage me in the dark, ruining my sure-win situations many times. Therefore, I have no choice but to kill you today. In the next moment, the figure of the supreme being of firmament disappeared instantly. It was different from Tianyang, who had to use the boundless secret technique to change space. Godly King of Firmament took a step forward and automatically appeared behind Ancestor Fiend. Emperor's sword suppresses eternity. Supreme Being of Firmament roared and slashed out with his Firmament Emperor's sword. This sword strike seemed to contain the destructive power of the galaxy, the might of the end of the ancient era. Even though they were in the sky demon pillar, which was the home ground of the demon ancestor, the demon ancestor was still unable to withstand the blow of the sword. Still, it was unavoidably occupied by the nine-colored Xingguang. Prime Devil devours the heavens. The fiend ancestor waved his hand, and primeval fiend Qi gathered madly, turning into a black hole. Then, with a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, he charged toward the king of firmament. However, the fiend ancestor fiend, who was only an ordinary emperor, naturally could not block this sword strike. The sword strike of the supreme being of firmament tore the black hole apart easily, and he was sent flying, as expected of firmament. Even with the firmament emperor's sword, you're still so strong. The fiend ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, the blood disappeared. However, it was an undeniable fact that the fiend ancestor fiend was injured. The demon suppression ancient pillar, including the power of the small world, suppressed the fiend ancestor fiend in all aspects. To be able to block this sword strike, as expected of Exine, Supreme Being of Firmament said indifferently, and his figure disappeared again. This sword struck the back of the fiend ancestor fiend ruthlessly. The white robe was torn apart instantly, and the sharpness of the Firmament Emperor's sword tore a huge wound on the back of the fiend ancestor fiend. The fiend ancestor fiend himself was sent flying. However, how many strikes can you block? Supreme Being of Firmament's figure flashed. The Firmament Emperor sword in his hand shone brightly. 6 directions opening. A sword radiance came down from above, as if it had split heaven and earth into two, and struck the fiend ancestor fiend. 8 desolation slash. It was as if Pangu had split heaven and earth, and it struck the fiend ancestor fiend's body again. Blood spurted out from the fiend ancestor fiend's body. The fiend ancestor fiend was sent flying again, but there was still a smile on his face. Just one more strike. After all, Tianyang's body could not withstand the power of the Supreme Being for too long. After 3 strikes, Supreme Being of Firmament had no choice but to stop. However, the fiend ancestor fiend looked calm, but in reality, he was just one step away. He would be able to kill the fiend ancestor fiend who had lived since the primordial age. Indeed, the fiend ancestor fiend nodded. Looking at you, it seems like you can continue for at least an hour. If the demon suppression ancient pillar is still here, I will definitely die. Even my deity domain is unable to block your emperor's sword. The fiend ancestor fiend smiled. Supreme Being of Firmament's face turned serious. Why? The fiend ancestor fiend was on the verge of death, and he was just one more strike away from being killed. Why was he still so calm? You still have 10 seconds before you can unleash a sword strike that will completely kill me." The fiend ancestor fiend chuckled. "As for me, when the demon suppression ancient pillar is still here, I cannot put up any effective resistance." 5 seconds. Supreme being of firmament held the firmament emperor's sword, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. 3. But do you know that the world has been destroyed? The fiend ancestor fiend smiled and raised his hand. Supreme being of firmament felt that the fiend ancestor fiend seemed to have locked onto him. However, with the fiend ancestor fiend's current cultivation, he could not hurt supreme being of firmament, even if he unleashed his full strength. Let's start with the heavenly demonic pillar. Then the entire heavenly demonic pillar shattered. Endless destruction devoured the fiend ancestor fiend's body. At this moment, supreme being of firmament's pupils contracted, and his body shook. "Your deity realm shattered? My deity realm is equivalent to a universe. Now, the universe is beginning to be destroyed, and it is collapsing with you as the center. The beginning of a universe was a singularity. In the end, everything will turn into a singularity. You will also be crushed into ashes by the invincible heavenly might." The fiend ancestor fiend smiled, and in the next moment, his body was completely devoured by the collapse of the universe. Supreme being of firmament's face changed, and he wanted to escape. However, the streams of demonic blood were able to restrain him. "The destruction of the world is my killer move against you." In the darkness, the fiend ancestor fiend's chuckle could be heard. In the face of the collapse of the universe, the border of the deity realm was completely destroyed. Countless fragments of a universe turned into a storm, but they were turned into nothingness by the power of annihilation. Everything turned into nothingness. This was the destruction of the world. Endless power of annihilation rushed toward supreme being of firmament at the speed of light. End of chapter. Chapter 1806. All living things will eventually perish, and all living things will eventually die. The destruction of the world will begin with me. The demon ancestor's calm and elegant laughter could be heard from the world that was beginning to be destroyed, even though it was his deity realm that was being destroyed. Even though once his deity realm was destroyed, his emperor realm cultivation would be reduced to nothing, and he might not even be comparable to some demon kings. However, the demon ancestor was still as calm as ever. It was as if everything before him could not move him at all. That was faith. His faith was the demon ancestor Mo Wushuang, the catastrophe of an era, and the heavenly way. No matter how ridiculous it was, in the demon ancestor's heart, destruction was the heavenly way. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. I'm already a straw dog, and you will soon be too. The demon ancestor chuckled. His body had been completely erased by the annihilation power of the world's collapse. It was not shattered or destroyed, as the demon ancestor could recover from the damage with his powerful strength. Instead, it was completely erased. In terms of the laws, the demon ancestor had completely lost his physical body. Moreover, the reason why he could speak through his demon soul was because of the deity realm. If the world's collapse was complete, the demon ancestor would definitely be annihilated. "Even if you kill me, won't you still die?" The godly king of firmament snorted and said. It was not difficult for the demon ancestor to imprison him at the cost of his own deity realm. However, he did not think that the demon ancestor could kill him. The demon ancestor could still struggle at death's door. Death is the end of all living things in the world. I am just one step ahead of you. The demon ancestor chuckled. The demon ancestor's deity realm had reached a radius of 1,000,000 miles that only existed in legends. It could even become bigger as the demon ancestor's demon soul grew stronger. Even so, under the horrifying speed of the world's collapse, the boundless annihilation power still destroyed the world until only a radius of 100 miles was left. With every inch of the deity realm that collapsed, the annihilation power would grow stronger by an inch. In just a few minutes, the annihilation power had accumulated to a terrifying level. Even the godly king of firmament was shocked. 30 seconds more, the demon ancestor said. So will you. Demon Alpha could no longer show his face. All he left was his voice. It echoed in the God area, which was less than 100 miles wide. The supreme being of firmament harumphed coldly. Sword spirit return. The next moment, streaks of rolling lightning shot out explosively from all directions of the divine realm. The Tsang Emperor's sword in his hand shot out. Die! Boom! The sword spirit of the firmament emperor sword instantly appeared in the heavenly sword. The demonic chi that the ancestor demon had applied to the firmament emperor's sword's sword soul was instantly banished by the firmament emperor being. Then, a figure walked out from Tianyang's body. Tianyang was stunned, and his consciousness returned to his body. Godly king of firmament. I'm just a remnant soul of an ancient primordial era that has been struggling at death's door to this day. To be able to exchange for the death of a fiend ancestor is already a great victory. If you can survive, it will be a great victory. Firmament deity king said slowly. The heavenly sword in Tianyang's hand trembled slightly. A figure flew out from the heavenly sword. I won't leave the sword spirit consciousness of the firmament emperor's sword to you. As for the rest of the sword spirit essence, they are all in your heavenly sword. The supreme being of firmament smiled and waved his right hand. The sword spirit of the firmament emperor's sword turned into a 7-foot 9-colored sword. The divine power of the supreme being of firmament gathered on the sword. Old man, let's attack together. The supreme being of firmament smiled and looked at the destructive force of the world that was less than 3 inches away from him. The firmament emperor's sword in his hand gave off boundless xinguang. The current supreme being of firmament was exactly the same as the supreme being of the primordial age who had fought all over the world. Even though he had turned into a remnant soul and millions of eras had passed, the supreme being of firmament was still the same supreme being, the supreme emperor. Only I am in firmament. A dazzling light broke open the sky. The destructive force of the world that was collapsing also shrank abruptly. After an unknown number of years, the entire demonic world and the central demonic land had been reduced to nothingness. Countless demonic tribe members had died in this terrifying collision. It was a battle between the supreme beings of the primordial age. If they were to give it their all, they would be able to destroy any great world in a few moves. I am not dead. At this moment, Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the immortal flame started burning. It collided with the chaotic energy and repaired Tianyang's body. Wait, my chaotic divine realm? At this moment, Tianyang finally realized that something was wrong. He did not know when he had activated the chaotic divine realm. It was because Tianyang was wrapped in the chaotic divine realm that he was not killed by the aftermath of the collision between the supreme being of firmament and the demon ancestor. However, even if Tianyang was awake and activated the chaotic divine realm, it would not be powerful enough to protect Tianyang from such collision. The chaotic divine realm has evolved. At this moment, Tianyang's face changed slightly. The surrounding chaotic energy flowed continuously. In Tianyang's consciousness, he could perfectly control the flowing chaotic energy. It seemed that there was not much difference between it and the boundary of nothingness in the chaotic small world. However, Tianyang moved his mind. Boom! Immediately, a huge mountain was formed, and then it completely collapsed in an instant. Countless demonic chi appeared and disappeared. With a thought, he could change the world. This could only be done in the chaotic divine realm. However, Tianyang felt that he was full of energy and he did not consume any energy at all. It was as if the primal chaos divine realm had transcended the myriad of worlds. Everything that was consumed would return to the chaotic divine realm. All the energy flowed in a perfect cycle. It was as if a world. Seeing this, Tianyang was stunned. Previously, although his chaotic divine realm was complete, it was far from being perfect and self-consistent. The energy inside still needed to be provided by the entire world. The current primal chaos divine realm gave Tianyang the impression that it had completely turned into a world that was independent of the entire world. In other words, it had surpassed the scope of a small world. It had become a real world. Even a divine king's small world must be connected to the entire outside world. My primal chaos divine realm has achieved complete independence. Tianyong was stunned. His cultivation level was still a half-step ultimate god. There was not much change. However, the chaotic divine law had advanced by leaps and bounds to the point that Tianyong could not understand it. Your divine Tao law is very interesting. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. The space in front of him stirred slightly, and a white-haired man in a white robe appeared again. Seeing this person, Tianyong's expression changed instantly. Demon Ancestor. End of chapter. Chapter 1807. Demon Ancestor. Tianyong's expression changed drastically when he saw the white-haired man in a white robe. Why did the Demon Ancestor, who had used his deity realm and demonic soul as the price to perform the world-destroying blow that caused the world to collapse, why did he appear here now? Your divine Tao law doesn't seem to come from the current heavenly axiom. The Demon Ancestor spoke slowly with a smile on his face. It seems to come from the absolute beginning, which was even earlier than the heavenly axiom. Interesting. Why would an ordinary native of a great world master such a law? Xin, why are you still alive? At that moment, another incredulous roar was heard. Tianyong was stunned again. That was the voice of the Supreme Being of Firmament? Didn't the Supreme Being of Firmament use his Divine King's final blow to block the Demon Ancestor's last blow and die? Why didn't the Demon Ancestor and the Supreme Being of Firmament die? It would appear that your sacred domain has captured us, Chu Feng said with a smile. The Demon Ancestor chuckled, caught us from the original origin land, and brought us to your small world. No, your world. The heavenly axiom of the origin land can no longer kill us. Tianyong was stunned again when he heard that. Then, he quickly understood what the Demon Ancestor meant. His chaotic divine realm had unified itself and was completely separated from the original origin land that was formed after it was destroyed. Therefore, the Demon Ancestor and the Supreme Being of Firmament, who should have died because of that blow, were imprisoned in his chaotic divine realm. If you were born in the primordial age, perhaps the Demon Ancestor wouldn't be able to do this. It's a pity that you're billions of years away. The Demon Ancestor smiled and raised his right hand. He directly smashed his own head. The Demon Ancestor has succeeded. Then, the Demon Ancestor's aura completely disappeared. The Demon Ancestor who led the demon race to conquer the world in the primordial age and created the demon world had died. What? Tianyong was stunned when he saw that. Why did the Demon Ancestor suddenly commit suicide? Although he could feel that he could kill the Demon Ancestor who had lost his physical body and demonic chi with just a thought. But it shouldn't be that, right? Then, Tianyong's expression changed. The Demon Ancestor has succeeded? Does this mean that the calamity of the era has begun? Instantly, Tianyong realized this and left the chaotic divine realm. Boom, boom. At this moment, endless thunder and lightning filled the sky. The entire devil world was drowned in the endless sea of lightning, red and the black and black thunder. Tianyong's pupils shrank to the extreme. His ancestors hiss. This is the great destruction of civilization. The blood demon lightning, the annihilation divine lightning, was the true culprit that had slain Tianyong's previous life 10,000 years ago. No, the God ancestor was God realm to the God to heaven. However, it was unknown how much more powerful it was. In Tianyong's eyes, countless demon creatures were killed instantly. They were defenseless against the world-destroying thunderbolts. Even though the sovereigns of the four devil kingdoms fought back with their sovereigns, they were still killed by countless lightning bolts within a few minutes. Tianyong's face was drained of all color. Under such an apocalyptic calamity, countless powerhouses tried to resist, but to no avail. They were all killed directly. How similar was it to the Tianshao Great World, who fought back against the world-destroying calamity 10,000 years ago. How could it be so fast? Seeing this, God King of Firmament's expression changed. According to his calculation, there were still a few years before Mo Wushuang started the calamity of the era. Could it be? Tianyang sensed for a while, and his face turned pale. It's been 3 years since the battle of the sky-piercing demonic pillar. In 3 years, the demon race's conquest of the myriad worlds has spread to the border of the God realm. It will be easier for them to start the calamity of the era. At this moment, several emperors of the demon race work together to form a shield to protect the demon nation from the calamity of the era. However, those who were slightly stronger could see that the efforts of these emperors were just a drop in the bucket. It would not be long before they were destroyed. The world-destroying calamity 10,000 years ago was just a small prelude to the calamity of the era. When the real calamity of the era came, no world in the myriad worlds would be spared. Now, let's go back to the God realm. God King of Firmament shouted and interrupted Tianyang, who was recalling the despair of being killed 10,000 years ago. Only by going back to the God realm and finding the immortal heavenly Lord can we get the creation divine sword fragment. Open the path to heaven and face the demon lord. Before the demon lord attacked, the Archean emperors would weaken him. This time, the calamity of the era has started. The only way to stop it is to kill the demon lord. God King of Firmament said hurriedly. Tianyang's eyes gradually regained their vigor. Looking at the calamity of the era, he took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Slaying the demon lord on the path to heaven? Countless thunderbolts blasted in Tianyang's ears. A destructive thunderbolt blasted toward Tianyang. Tianyang swung his right hand, and a chaotic divine power shot out. It directly shattered the powerful thunderbolt. However, the fluctuation of divine power seemed to have attracted the attention of the thunderbolts in the sky. Countless thunderbolts charged toward Tianyang. Tianyang's face turned serious, and the chaotic divine power gushed out. The heavenly sword in his hand bloomed with dazzling xinguang. He slashed with the sword. The heaven-opening swordsmanship bloomed with thousands of miles of sword light. It collided with the thunderbolts and erupted with a glow that was enough to cover the blood sun. In the end, the sword light and the thunderbolts disappeared together. Seeing this, Tianyang was startled. His arms seemed to have begun to tremble. The heavenly sword also began to tremble as if it had a spirit. The heavenly sword, together with him, had fallen in the great destruction of the Tianshao great world 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years later, it would be with him. Break through the calamity of the era. I understand now. Tianyang smiled slightly. Endless fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. His goal since his rebirth was to find the real culprit of the great destruction of the civilization and kill him with his own hands. Now, the opportunity for revenge was in front of him. How could Tianyang let it go? At this moment, a faint light suddenly flashed on the surface of Tianyang's body. The surrounding chaotic divine realm seemed to have broken through some shackles. The great destruction of the civilization had always been an inner demon. Finally, it was destroyed. Where is the divine realm? Then, Tianyang activated his divine power and soared into the sky. Boom! He broke through the world barrier of the demonic realm. With the help of the firmament divine king, he aimed in the direction of the divine realm. He turned into a stream of light and charged over. End of chapter. Chapter 1808. What the hell is this? Facing the lightning that destroyed the undying Emperor Palace's protective formation, Emperor Huang, whose expression changed drastically. Why would such a calamity descend from the heavens without any warning? Damn it! At that moment, a bolt of divine lightning of destruction ruthlessly shot toward Monarch Mad Tiger. Wild Tiger gritted his teeth and unleashed his emperor-level divine energy. It slammed into the divine lightning of destruction. A single bolt of destruction lightning wasn't that strong. However, it took Wild Tiger almost all of his strength to deal with this bolt of destruction lightning. A single bolt of destruction lightning had the strength of an emperor-level divine energy. There were thousands of bolts in the calamity of an epic. Since 6 hours ago, the lightning that descended from an unknown source started to wreak havoc in the entire god world. Ever since the Undying Emperor ambushed Emperor Cangwu and allowed the Qin clan to seize control of the Undying Emperor, their defensive formation had never been damaged. However, it only lasted for 2 hours before it was destroyed. In the next 3 minutes, more than half of the Undying Emperor's disciples were killed. Even the 2 strongest monarchs of the 5 who had rushed back had died in the battle against the calamity, while the other was heavily injured. If it weren't for the Emperor of the Undying Emperor would have fallen into despair. Lord Hierarch hasn't made his move yet. Wild Tiger turned his head and asked one of the 5 emperors who was also fighting against the heavenly tribulation. As for that monarch, he shook his head. However, as he shook his head, a bolt of blood devil lightning pierced through his chest. Even his divine soul was torn apart by the endless destructive lightning that came one after another. Nothing was left. What? Monarch Wild Tiger's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He had only let his guard down for a moment, and an emperor died just like that. What was going on with the lightning? Is the heavenly Tao going to destroy the world? Wild Tiger fell into despair. Then, a bolt of black devil lightning that was even more terrifying than the blood devil lightning pierced through him. Out of the 5 emperors of the Undying Emperor, 3 were dead and 2 were heavily injured. If Lord Artifact's spirit returns, please tell her that I've done my best. Howman. Great Elder Howman's entire body was burning with scarlet blood flames. By burning his blood essence, he finally broke through to the immortal realm. However, that divine power was completely unable to stop the endless lightning. Grand Elder, below, countless elders and disciples of Howman screamed in grief. Being able to travel with the 5 venerable elders and the others is already very good for me. Great Elder Howman chuckled. Then, a ray of light blossomed from Great Elder Howman's body. It turned into an extremely terrifying explosion. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated throughout Howman. The destructive lightning was also stopped for a moment. As for Gu Qing, who was at the side, he'd been completely crippled a long time ago, and he'd become a piece of scrap metal that had no strength at all. In the distance, the ashes of the 5 Howman elders could be seen. The Lingfeng realm included the Heavenly Cloud Hall, the Zhongshuan Demon Sect, and the Ancient Tao Sect. Not a single survivor. An apocalyptic catastrophe that suddenly appeared and killed countless living beings in the Cloudfire territory. Cloudfire territory, Great Sun Sect. Deng Zhongquan looked at the lightning falling from the sky and said faintly, "It's just the power of the immortal realm." I don't know which immortal realm expert passed by and felt uncomfortable with the Cloudfire territory. If I used my full strength, it would be around this level. Deng Zhongquan said proudly. He was no longer the Deng Zhongquan of the past who was defeated by Tianyang, who wasn't even a demigod yet. In one of the secret realms, he had obtained an extremely powerful ancient treasure fragment and had refined it. His strength had skyrocketed in an instant. Now, he had reached the peak of the early stage immortal realm. In the past, the Jiang clan and the Zhan clan could compete with the Great Sun Sect. Now, in the Cloudfire territory, only the Great Sun Sect and Deng Zhongquan reigned supreme. It's a pity that Yang Tian is nowhere to be found. He actually killed his way to the Undying Emperor and even defeated the Undying Prince. I can only endure for 3 years. Deng Zhongquan clenched his fist and looked at the vast thunderclouds in the distance. But now, Tianyang has been killed by the Emperor of the Undead Empire for many years. I'm no longer a threat. The enigmatic fire dynasty that protected Tianyang in the past will die today. In the next moment, Deng Zhongquan's figure flashed and left the small world of the Great Sun Sect. His immortal realm clone was destroyed by Tianyang, who wasn't even a demigod. To Deng Zhongquan, it was a great humiliation. Today, he was going to use this lightning. He was going to wash away this humiliation. Boom! As soon as Deng Zhongquan appeared in the outside world, a bolt of destructive lightning shot toward him. Deng Zhongquan's face froze. It has the power of a demigod? Is it a mid-stage immortal realm expert? But it doesn't matter. Deng Zhongquan was confident in his immortal realm cultivation and could protect himself in this lightning. As long as he destroyed the enigmatic fire dynasty, he would be able to establish his dominance and terrorize the cloud fire territory. The enigmatic fire dynasty is there. Deng Zhongquan smiled coldly, and his figure flashed. At this moment, there was another explosion in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning shot toward Deng Zhongquan. Ridiculous! You want to kill me with this little bit of lightning? Deng Zhongquan smiled disdainfully and attacked instantly. Immediately after, a strong wind shot out from Deng Zhongquan's hand. A bolt of lightning was shattered. However, countless bolts of lightning followed closely. They exploded with a terrifying strength that was much stronger than before and rushed toward Deng Zhongquan. In just an instant, it completely pierced through him. What? Deng Zhongquan spat out a mouthful of blood and said in disbelief, "Why could this move become stronger?" Then, a blood demon lightning pierced through heaven and earth and went straight for Deng Zhongquan's head. Boom! A bolt of lightning directly pierced through him. Ah! I am Deng Zhongquan. Deng Zhongquan, the sect master of the Great Sun sect. Deng Zhongquan, a peak early-stage immortal realm expert, was dead. Imperial Court Realm, Lingfeng Realm, Cloud Fire Realm, Eastern Cloud Realm, Snow Heaven Realm. Everything that Tianyang had gone through and everything that Tianyang had not gone through, all the realms in the divine realm were plunged into an endless sea of lightning. Boom! The world barrier was violently smashed. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Tianyang's body burned with undying divine fire and healed his injuries. He thought that there would only be a catastrophe of an era in the great world. He did not expect the catastrophe of an era in the galaxy to be even more terrifying. If the great world was said to be a sea of lightning, the Milky Way was filled with plasma. There was even fire without a source and water without a source raging in it. Even though Tianyang's chaotic divine realm had separated from the entire world and was unified by itself, it could eliminate all attacks. However, the catastrophe of an era was far from that simple. It passed through the chaotic divine realm several times and bombarded Tianyang's body. Along the way, Tianyang did not know how many times he reorganized his body before returning to the divine realm. However, when he arrived at the divine realm, apart from the demon realm, the most powerful world in the myriad realms was now in ruins. There was only endless destruction and death. End of this chapter. Chapter 1809. This is the epic catastrophe. Heavenly Sun gritted his teeth as he looked at the devastated and lifeless God world in front of him. Even though the divine world was huge, there were many hidden experts other than the master of the Undying Emperor Palace, who were no weaker than the master of the Undying Emperor Palace. However, even an ultimate god would die in the face of such a terrifying epic catastrophe after a long time. Mo Wushuang's power had reached an unimaginable level. This is Mo Wushuang. Divine King of Firmament said slowly. Now, it's only the first stage of the epic catastrophe. In the first stage, as long as the worlds are not too weak, they will be able to hold on for a few days or even months. For example, the divine world can hold on until the next year. However, there will be a lot of casualties. Next, it will be the second stage of the collapse of the worlds. The world origin of all the macro worlds will shatter, causing the macro worlds to lose the protection of the world barrier and be exposed to the endless lightning in the galaxy. Unless there is an ultimate god in charge, most of the worlds will be reduced to nothing in 3 days. The third stage, which is also the last stage, all the collapsing world origin will merge into one and be completely devoured by Mo Wushuang. Mo Wushuang will then become the legendary Emperor God. However, all the macro worlds will disappear completely, including the demon world and the divine world. All the macro worlds will become the original heavenly Tao origin. In the end, all the macro worlds will be left with an empty border. Divine King of Firmament said. However, under the efforts of many immemorial emperors, they have not succeeded in every epic catastrophe. However, even if the epic catastrophe is weakened, it will still explode when it is unleashed. Except for the divine world and the demon world, most of the worlds will be completely shattered. The Tian Shao Great World that you know was formed after the previous epic catastrophe. Tianyang was stunned when he heard that. He immediately recalled the memory of the Tian Shao Great World's world origin when he first obtained the Tsang Emperor Sword Point. A few 100 million years ago, the Tian Shao Great World was formed, and the Tsang Emperor Sword happened to float around the Tian Shao Great World. In the end, the Heavenly Sword merged into the Tian Shao Great World's world origin. That meant immemorial emperors fought with Mo Wushuang at the cost of their lives. They only went from complete destruction to half of their world. It was equivalent to completely refresh the macro worlds of the heavens. Therefore, 10,000 years ago, the civilization of the heavenly firmament world was destroyed. The apocalyptic heavenly tribulation of the Xiantian world was just a newly formed macro world. It was unable to withstand the pressure brought about by the epic catastrophe and formed its own heavenly tribulation. King of the heavenly king said heavenly king, of firmament of a firmament, of the heavenly grade of world. Millions of living beings were struggling under the epic catastrophe, trying to find a way to survive. Presumably, 10,000 years ago, when Sky Firmament World was facing the great destruction of its civilization, it was the same scene. He was the first to die in the epic catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Therefore, he did not know how the Tian Shao Great World was struggling. Even so, he could see how desperate the Tian Shao Great World was 10,000 years ago. His hand holding the Great Void sword embryo tightened unconsciously. "Get out of my way." A ball of surging thunderbolt blasted toward Tianyang. As for Tianyang, a ball of fury surged in his heart as he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The extremely terrifying chaotic sword light slashed out furiously. It swept across the sky and almost destroyed the heavens. The power of this sword was stronger than any sword that Tianyang had slashed out in the battle with the demon ancestor. Tianyang slashed the thunderbolt storm into pieces. Below, many living beings in the divine world stared blankly at the thundercloud that had suddenly disappeared. Originally, they had used up all their means and could only wait for death under the thunderbolt calamity. Now, someone had suddenly attacked and destroyed the thunderbolt calamity. "Thank you, my lord." Suddenly, some people bowed down in worship. Tianyang ignored them and flew toward the location that the Azure God King had told him about. Both the immortal Heavenly Lord and the Azure God King had asked him to return to the divine world and look for Wen Tianji immediately. There must be something extraordinary about this intelligence organization that covered the entire divine world. "What is Wen Tianji?" Tianyang could not help but ask. The Azure God King spoke slowly. "We, the emperors of the Archean era, killed ourselves in order to deal with Mo Wushuang. Green Lotus Sword Fairy and I hid in the origin of the world. The immortal Heavenly Lord lived in the immortal will. The last battle before you stepped out of the Tian Shao Great World was because you had awakened the immortal will. That was why the immortal Heavenly Lord knew about it. Otherwise, you would have died in the hands of the Demon Emperor. However, Wen Tianji is the only force that still has a physical body. As for why, you will know when the time comes," the Azure God King said. Hearing this, Tianyang nodded slightly. He unleashed the Expanse secret technique and flew toward the center of the divine world. He flew toward the middle state. The epic calamity has finally begun. "The middle state," the immortal Heavenly Lord said slowly. "Yes," a young voice was heard. Then, a young man in a white robe and black hair, who looked like he was in his teens, said, "This time, victory or defeat will be decided. If we succeed, there will be no more epic calamity in the future. If we fail, there will be no us in the future." The black-haired young man chuckled. The myriad worlds will be gone too. Outside, countless thunderbolts were still roaring crazily. However, there were no disturbances in the small house they were in. The immortal heavenly lord laughed. Get up. The last person to end the cycle of reincarnation is coming to welcome us. Then I will be finished. The black-haired young man laughed and stood up. At this moment outside, Tianyong was bathed in blood as he finally stepped into the middle state. The closer he was to the center of the divine world, the more terrifying the lightning calamity was. Although it was not as strong as the lightning calamity in the myriad worlds, it could easily injure Tianyong. After flying from the edge of the divine world to the middle state, Tianyong's immortal chaotic body was activated 3 times. This meant that if Tianyong did not have the immortal chaotic body and the immortal divine body, he would have died 3 times. Boom! A sword broke through 10,000 miles of thunderbolts. Then, a figure appeared in front of the door of the small house. This is the headquarters of Wentianji. Looking at the ordinary-looking small house in front of him, Tianyong was stunned. This small house was really in the style of Wentianji. It was simple and ordinary, not eye-catching at all. However, Tianyong soon noticed something strange about this small house. There were thousands of thunderbolts in the vicinity. However, this small house was not damaged at all. Creak! The door opened. A black-haired young man walked out. No, this is Wentianji. End of chapter. Chapter 1810. This is Wentianji. The black-haired young man smiled. Tianyong was stunned. The owner of Wentianji was actually a young man. It was not that he looked like a young man, which was similar to Tianyong, but his life force was that of a teenager. Long time no see. The immortal heavenly lord smiled. The next moment, lights flashed around. The firmament battle emperor, the green lotus sword fairy, the fiery war soul, the heavenly king soul. The 9 emperors of the Archean era who had fought Tianyong were all here. Each of them had the aura of the world origin. However, they were not under the control of the world origin. They existed here as heavenly tribulations. Long time no see, Wentianji. At this moment, the voice of the firmament divine king was heard. Firmament divine king, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The black-haired young man smiled and looked at Tianyong. His eyes were pure and calm. However, when Tianyong looked into his eyes, Tianyong felt like he was seen through. How vast was the power of his divine soul. Tianyong originally thought that the 100-eyed emperor he had met before was the peak of divine soul power in all the realms. Even if there were divine soul experts in the realm of the gods, they would at most be on par with the 100-eyed emperor. Now it seemed, it was not just on par, it was a total of 0. However, the 100-eyed emperor's strength was 0. In front of this person, Tianyong was sure that the 100-eyed emperor would not have any chance to fight back. Even the demon ancestor would not be a match for this person. Let me introduce myself. I am Wentianji. The black-haired young man smiled. This is my 79,281st reincarnation. If you want to give me a title, the demon ancestor is in the realm of the demons, and I am in the realm of the gods. The strongest person in the Archean era, the firmament divine king said. The will of the realm of the gods. Then the immortal heavenly lord, the firmament battle emperor, and the others bowed slightly to Wentianji. Hearing this, Tianyong's pupils shrank. The will of the realm? However, I can only watch as generations of you in the cycle of reincarnation. Other than sealing the demon sovereign, I can't do anything else. The black-haired youth, Wentianji, shrugged. If I had dealt with the demon sovereign before the continent of origin was shattered, we might still be in the first epic calamity. Tianyong's pupils constricted. He was completely shocked. Wentianji, as the will of the god realm, was only born after the origin continent shattered and turned into the myriad worlds. If it was born in the primordial era, it would be the world will of the origin continent. It was equivalent to heavenly Tao. However, even the heavenly Tao could only stop Mo Wushuang and not kill him. It was apparent how powerful Mo Wushuang was. It is precisely because I am the incarnation of the God world that I am able to retain my physical body. However, I cannot exist for long. Otherwise, even if I am sealed, Mo Wushuang would be able to kill me from a distance. Therefore, I've already reincarnated 70,000 times. In this life, I've been born for less than 15 years, and my cultivation hasn't even reached the reaching heaven state. The black-haired youth chuckled. Of course, in the God realm, I can still unleash the strength of an ultimate God. Reincarnating 10,000 times just for one day, Tianyang was moved. The 9 emperors of the immemorial era were originally 18 emperors of the immemorial era. However, 9 of them had fallen in the War of the 9 Epochs with Mo Wushuang. The immortal heavenly lord and the firmament supreme being had given up their original divine king cultivation and had no choice but to kill themselves to guard the myriad worlds until today. One Tianji was the will of the heavenly Tao in the God realm. However, he had no choice but to reincarnate 10,000 times just so that he could break through the epic calamity one day. Now, Tianyang understood. What was the burden of this battle? Not only was it the fate of the myriad worlds, but it was also the hope of the immemorial heavenly lord and the other emperors of the immemorial era. It's a pity that the creation god has fallen. When Tianji shook his head and sighed. However, your luck is not bad. You have obtained all the fragments of the creation god sword other than when Tianji's. I'll give you the last piece. When Tianji waved his hand, a long sword that was completely black appeared in front of Tianyang out of thin air. Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. The great void sword embryo in his hand was erupting with a terrifying suction force, trying to draw the black long sword over. When facing the other fragments of the great void sword embryo, Tianyang could still control the terrifying suction force of the great void sword embryo. But now, Tianyang could barely control it. However, you have to listen carefully. The creation god sword is the last treasure that the creation god refined before he killed himself. It contains the last of the creation god's divine power. However, it is not even a treasure weapon. Its only characteristic is its toughness. As soon as it was refined, the creation god shattered it and scattered it to the myriad worlds. And he was the first person to end the cycle of reincarnation. When Tianji chuckled. Hearing this, Tianyang was stunned. The creation god had just refined such a divine weapon and shattered it? Because the creation god sword is the key to opening the path to heaven. Once all the swords are gathered, the path to heaven will automatically open and lead to the seal where the demon venerable is. The person who holds the creation god sword must also step into the seal and fight the demon venerable. When Tianji's tone became serious. Therefore, once all the creation god swords are gathered, it symbolizes the beginning of the battle to end the cycle of reincarnation. Living beings in a myriad worlds, you are the first to bear the brunt of the battle to the death with the demon venerable. The current mortality rate is 100%. When Tianji said, hearing this, Tianyang's face darkened slightly. Although they had never seen the demon venerable in action, they could deduce the demon venerable's strength based on the epic catastrophe that was wreaking havoc in the universe and the immortal heavenly sovereign's description of the demon venerable's strength. How powerful was the demon venerable? Once he stepped into the seal, he would definitely die in battle. Make your choice. With your strength, it is not difficult for you to survive the first stage of the catastrophe. Once all the creation god swords are gathered and the path to heaven is opened, you will die immediately. When Tianji's tone was serious, he did not intend to force Tianyang to fight with Mo Wushuang. Even if Tianyang had all the creation god sword fragments except for the one in his hand, the complete Song Tian Emperor sword was the same. Tianyang slowly opened his mouth, and his tone became serious. This time, the immortal bloodline could not save him, nor could the immortal chaotic body. If he went, his soul would scatter and his body would vanish. However, countless thoughts flashed across Tianyang's eyes. The demon world, the divine world, all living beings were wailing. In the Milky Way, the plasma roared. The endless worlds were buried in the catastrophe of the epic. Then time flew. Back to 30 years ago, when he opened his eyes in the outer sect of the Soaring Cloud sect. After entering the inner sect, Ling Yuhan stubbornly wanted to be his disciple. The flying sword, Zhou Ling, Jun Aoyang, Long, Taiji. In the end, Tianyang closed his eyes. What appeared in his eyes was 10,000 years ago. When he faced the divine thunder of destruction, he would rather die than submit. He held the heavenly sword and roared to the sky. I agree. The last fragment flew into Tianyang's hand. Xingguang burst out. The creation god swords were gathered. The grand finale was about to begin. End of chapter. Chapter 1811. I agree. Tianyang spoke slowly, and a flame burned in his eyes. It was not the immortal fire, the true flames of destruction, or the power of chaos. Instead, it belonged to the Tianji Sword Emperor Tianyang of the Tian family of the Blizzard State. Since his rebirth, Tianyang had always thought that the Tianyang of the Tian family of the Blizzard State had died. He was the Tianji Sword Emperor who had died 10,000 years ago in the great destruction of the civilization. Now, 10,000 years ago, the most powerful emperor of the Sky Continent, the Tianji Sword Emperor Tianyang. 10,000 years later, the young master of the Tian family of the Blizzard State in the northern wilderness region, Tianyang, one of the three useless outer disciples of the Soaring Cloud sect, fuse into one. Boom! Tianyang's aura reached its peak in an instant. He stretched out his right hand, and the great void sword embryo flew out and fused with the last fragment. Now, the great void sword embryo was no longer the great void sword embryo, but the key to unlocking the Demon Lord's seal. The creation sword. The great void sword embryo had never had any special power, but it was invincibly hard. Now, there was an explanation. It was just a key without any power, but in order to seal the Demon Lord, it had to be extremely hard. It had to be extremely hard, so hard that no one could damage it. Even the Creator, the creation god, could only split it apart. When the fragments came back together, it would still be a complete creation sword. Thank you. Seeing the creation sword see the light of day again, the black-haired youth, when Tianji, looked gratified. No matter if you succeed or not, you will be the greatest benefactor of the universe. The immortal heavenly lord and the other Archean emperors also bowed. Tianyang was at most a candidate to end the cycle of reincarnation. If Tianyang was unwilling, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal could replace him at any time. Now, Tianyang had the creation sword in his hand. He had officially become the person to end the cycle of reincarnation. Then, we can't just sit around. At this moment, the primordial emperor, the raging flame, fighting spirit, laughed heartily. Young man, is the 10,000 elephant divine flame that I gave you useful? What? Tianyang was stunned when he heard this. The divine flame of all creations was a gift from the raging flame, fighting soul, that could merge with the myriad world's spiritual flames. Then Tianyang understood. The 10,000 divine flames seemed to have originated from the divine desolate heavenly spirit art. However, as the creator of the divine desolate heavenly spirit art, Tianyang was completely unaware of this ability. So it was a gift from the raging flame, fighting soul? Then the divine desolate heaven spirit art? Tianyang's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the divine desolate heaven spirit art was also given to him by some primordial emperor? No, that martial technique of yours that allows people with naturally terminated meridians to cultivate again is something you created yourself. The undying heavenly Lord said, "This is also the reason why I was the first to save you after you awakened the undying will. To be able to rise against the trend and create an impossible martial technique, you are definitely qualified to be a reincarnation candidate. The 10,000 elephant divine flame, the Tsang Emperor Sword, these external objects may be related to me. However, the divine desolate heaven spirit art belongs to you. I am certain that even without the Tsang Emperor Sword and the 10,000 elephant divine flame, as long as you create this martial technique, you will definitely rush to the peak of the martial Tao." The undying heavenly Lord said seriously. There was a trace of respect in his words. Hearing this, Tianyang could not help but be moved. The divine, desolate heaven spirit art was actually so powerful. However, at this moment, the creation sword suddenly released a bright light. A powerful and mysterious wave of energy radiated from the creation sword. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to fluctuate wildly. There is not much time left. At this moment, when Tianji spoke, let's not delay any further. Let's begin now. Hearing this, Tianyang was stunned. The primordial emperors beside him nodded as if they had already discussed this beforehand. All of them simultaneously plunged their right hands into their own hearts. Even the divine world's will, one Tianji, did the same. What are you all? Seeing this, Tianyang's expression changed. Why did these primordial emperors suddenly make a move? Then Tianyang realized that he could no longer move. This epic calamity will be the last one, Lin Feng said. Therefore, since the primordial age until now, we must not die without contributing anything. The firmament battle emperor chuckled. It just so happens that your divine Tao law has surpassed this world. Then you can accept our gift. What gift? Tianyang's expression changed. He could feel waves of energy from these primordial emperors. Powerful divine energy. However, this divine energy did not carry any hostility. It entered his body through the sky sword. It was as if it was bestowed upon him. Our lifetime's worth of cultivation. The undying heavenly Lord smiled. Although it may be a waste, it should be enough to help you reach the peak divine king realm. The people who ended reincarnation in the past have already reached the peak divine king realm, so they don't need our help. However, your current cultivation is only at the half-step ultimate God level, but you have the chaotic divine law that is higher than the heavenly Tao. Of course, we can help you. At this moment, Tianyang's aura began to skyrocket. In an instant, he had surpassed the half-step ultimate God level and stepped into the ultimate God realm. In the primordial age, he was already a primordial emperor that could be recorded by the world origin. Moreover, it was not only the increase in his divine energy. The same went for the strength of his divine soul and the strength of his flesh. They were both increasing at a crazy rate. What about you all? Seeing this, Tianyang's expression changed slightly. The undying heavenly Lord and the other primordial emperor's figures. They were disappearing continuously. Don't worry, we won't die. We will enter your sky sword and provide you with our final help. The green lotus sword immortal smiled. The great catastrophe is coming. We must die on a battlefield. Boom! Suddenly, Tianyang's divine energy, physical strength, and divine soul officially broke through the ultimate God realm. He flew toward the divine king realm that stood at the top of the myriad worlds. In the darkness, a man in a black robe sat alone on the throne. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Beside him was a cluster of light that was constantly dimming. The myriad worlds is about to perish. You should be back soon. Boom! It was as if the entire divine world was trembling. Even though they were in the midst of the terrifying epic catastrophe, they were still struggling to hold on. Countless experts were still looking at Zhongzhou from afar. In the past, Zhongzhou was the most powerful place in the divine world. It was said that there were at least 3 ultimate god experts who had hidden themselves from the world. However, after the epic catastrophe broke out, Zhongzhou was the first to perish. Now, in Zhongzhou, a dazzling heavenly road soared into the sky. A figure holding a pure, white, long sword stood proudly on the heavenly road. The heavenly road opened. The divine king was born. The next chapter, the final battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 1812. Peak Ultimate God, God King Realm. Above God Realm was Ultimate God. Above Ultimate God was God Emperor. However, whether it was the immortal Heavenly Lord, God King of Firmament, or even Mo Wushuang who had triggered 9 calamities, none of them had reached that realm. Theoretically, Mo Wushuang's cultivation was also at peak God King. However, being at the same cultivation level did not mean that their strength was at the same level. Otherwise, the gods of the primordial age would not have been defeated by Mo Wushuang. The heavenly road has opened. We must quickly enter the Demon Lord's seal, the realm of the god world. That is where the Demon Lord is. The black-haired youth, Wen Tianji, said slowly with a pale face. The 10 primordial emperors beside him were nowhere to be seen, including Wen Tianji. The power of these primordial emperors had all been injected into Tianyang's body. Perhaps Wen Tianji could still gradually recover his strength through countless reincarnations. However, the primordial 9 emperors had completely lost their god-king cultivation. It was a fight to the death. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Where are the immortal heavenly lord and the rest? Seeing the empty space around Wen Tianji, Tianyang asked. However, as soon as he said that, that voice seemed to contain an unparalleled might, and it practically crushed the space around it. Tianyang was still unable to control the power of the God King realm. They are not dead yet. They have already entered your heavenly sword, Wen Tianji said weakly. However, they have lost all their power and are in a deep sleep. However, their power has already been integrated into the heavenly sword as one of the powers in your battle with Mo Wushuang. They cannot enter the battlefield by themselves. However, they will either die in battle or win. Wen Tianji said, hearing that, Tianyang was stunned and raised the heavenly sword in his hand. Closing his eyes, he could feel the 10 primordial emperors in the heavenly sword. All of them had entered a deep sleep. However, as long as Tianyang willed it, these powers would be displayed. Whether it was the undying heavenly sovereign's undying bloodline, the raging flame war soul's 10,000 elephant divine flames, or the heavenly king soul's invincible divine soul. The firmament battle emperor's endless battle intent, the green lotus sword fairy's green lotus sword song, and the annihilation god and frigid god's invincible divine abilities. All of them could be unleashed through the heavenly sword. As for the divine king of firmament, he entrusted the firmament emperor's sword to Tianyang. In other words, the 11 archaic existences had all given their power to the heavenly sun. The sword of creation is the key to the heavenly road. It must always be in the God world to maintain the existence of the heavenly road. Therefore, I can't let you use it. Besides, the creation divine sword can't resist Mo Wushuang for too long. The only thing you can rely on is the Tsang Emperor sword in your hand. When Tianji said, Tianyang nodded, then suddenly shook his head and chuckled. No, it's the heavenly sword. After that, Tianyang turned around and stepped onto the heavenly road. The demon supremacy was sealed in the God world, the place where the true, strongest experts resided in the universe. Dozens of ancient emperors guarded the epic for him. The ancestor of the demon race was willing to sacrifice his life for him. The demon supremacy, Mo Wushuang, Tianshao Great World. The old Dragon King and the others who were struggling to hold on in the epic catastrophe and were about to fall suddenly felt their bodies empty. The thunderclouds in the sky above their heads suddenly disappeared. The old Dragon King was stunned. He was born 10,000 years ago at the end of the Great Calamity. He had seen the tragic scene after the Great Calamity. 3 days ago, when the epic catastrophe had begun, he knew that the second Great Calamity had arrived. Now, Wu Zun, who had led the charge, had not died. They retreated after the Great Calamity? Old Dragon King. At this moment, the nine-tailed monster emperor rose into the sky and hurriedly called out, What's going on? The old Dragon King said hurriedly. The nine-tailed monster emperor slowly raised her head and looked at the sky. A lone figure was stepping on a heavenly road. It's him. The nine-tailed monster emperor said slowly. The people of Tianshao Great World all raised their heads and looked at the figure holding a longsword. The Tianji Sword Emperor, the Xintian Great World. Due to the arrival of the epic catastrophe, the demon race that had invaded the Xintian Great World had all fallen. However, the Xintian Great World had also suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Emperor, who had lost a leg and an arm, stared blankly at the figure in the sky. You weren't there during the apocalyptic tribulation 10,000 years ago. So the Shintian Great World didn't survive? The Dragon Emperor laughed and looked at the ashes of the reincarnation boy. It's a pity that you died too early. At this moment, all the worlds in the universe had temporarily resolved the crisis of the epical catastrophe. Countless living beings raised their heads and looked at the figure, even though 99% of the living beings did not know who he was. However, a sense of reverence rose in his heart unconsciously. This figure would forever remain in their hearts. Although, once he failed, the heavens would be completely destroyed. On the heavenly road, the sky cloud, sword in Tianyang's hand, glowed faintly as he looked at the huge whirlpool in front of him. It was pitch black and deep. It was not appropriate to call it a whirlpool. It was as if he was in an endless galaxy, a black hole that could devour everything. He could sense a gaze shooting out from it. Have all the epic catastrophes of the great worlds been withdrawn? Sensing that the god world had temporarily regained its peace, Tianyang smiled faintly. Are you going to withdraw all of your power for this battle? Looking at the black hole that seemed to expand countless times and swallow him, Tianyang smiled faintly. The sky cloud, sword in his hand, bloomed with rays of blazing light. 10,000 years ago, the civilization of Heaven Continent was destroyed. Tianyang held the sky cloud, sword, and died under the first bolt of lightning of the civilization's destruction. 10,000 years later, the god world faced the epic catastrophe. Tianyang also held the sky cloud sword and ended the last bolt of lightning of the epic catastrophe. 10,000 years ago, the Tianji, sword emperor, soared into the sky in the face of endless lightning. 10,000 years later, Tianyang faced the seal of the demon ancestor and walked forward proudly. Their figures overlapped with each other. Then, Heavenly Sun took a step forward and entered. The ninth epic catastrophe. The one who came was the reincarnation god. He recultivated for 500 years and entered the God-King realm. He gathered the creation divine sword and opened the heavenly road to come to me. After 3 moves, he died in my hands. The eighth epic catastrophe. The one who came was the dragon martial sword emperor. He entered the God-King realm in 300 years. He held the firmament emperor sword in his left hand and the God-King supreme treasure in his right hand. He was invincible in the heavens. Even the demon ancestor was defeated by him. After 5 moves, he died at my hands. The seventh epic catastrophe. The one who came was the supreme Pingtian. After 1 move, he died at my hands. In the darkness, a figure stood up slowly. He looked at Tianyang with a deep gaze. May I ask, how many moves can you take? End of chapter. Chapter 1813. Demon Master Mo Wushuang. He was different from the demon ancestor, who was surrounded by surging primeval demon qi even when he didn't speak. Mo Wushuang didn't have any aura around him. Even his appearance was ordinary, much inferior to Tianyang. He was wearing an ordinary black shirt and had ordinary black hair. Other than the black throne behind him, there was nothing special about him. However, he just stood in front of him. Tianyang felt a trace of fear. He didn't have any aura, but standing in front of him, there was an indescribable pressure. This time, it's the 10th calamity of the era. The previous 9 calamities were all obstructed by you guys, which prevented me from successfully releasing the calamity, so I could only devour a part of the primeval. However, after accumulating to the 10th calamity, I can still devour all the primeval. Now you guys have allowed me to release the complete calamity of the era. So, I won't let anyone stop me. Mo Wushuang said. His voice was unusually calm, without any emotional fluctuation. However, the moment Mo Wushuang finished speaking, a mountain-like pressure surged towards Tianyang. Tianyang only felt that his entire body seemed to be sealed. Even with the cultivation of a divine king, he couldn't move. Humph! Tianyang snorted coldly, releasing the cultivation of a divine king. It directly broke through the confinement that Mo Wushuang had imposed on him. You should also be born from a myriad worlds. No, the land of origin. Why do you want to destroy the myriad worlds? Tianyang said. Before the battle, he wanted to know the answer to this question. This universe should be filled with living beings of this universe. Why do you want to destroy the world? Many people have asked you this question. Mo Wushuang said, Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor is the heavenly Tao. Only by devouring all the primeval can one become the heavenly Tao and become the Divine Emperor. Even if I cultivate my heavenly Tao origin to the extreme, I can't become the Divine Emperor because no matter what kind of Divine Tao law, it's under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, I can't become the Divine Emperor. Only then did Tianyang notice. Beside Mo Wushuang's pitch-black throne, there was an incomplete ball of light that emitted a dim light. Tianyang instantly recognized the essence of the light, the origin of the myriad worlds, the primeval of the heavenly Tao. The current primeval was already on the verge of collapse and was about to be completely extinguished. Perhaps Mo Wushuang's epic calamity was just a side effect. As a side effect of devouring the primeval, the devouring of the heavenly Tao's quintessence would definitely trigger a calamity in the myriad worlds. Then, why did you become a god emperor? The sky cloud sword in Tianyang's hand emitted a brilliant glow as his battle intent reached its peak. Surging divine power burst out. Clearly, when Mo Wushuang had finished answering this question, Mo Wushuang's expression changed. That was the moment when the final battle that would affect the fate of all worlds began. In ancient times, I was the strongest in the origin continent, known as the King of Divine Venerables. Even though he stood at the peak of the world, he still couldn't revive a mortal whose soul had been scattered. Mo Wushuang said, My clothes were given to me by her. She also said that she liked my face the most. She said that if there was a throne for me to sit on, it would look very good. So I created a throne in this seal. Although I didn't like it, it didn't match the clothes she gave me at all. The scattering of one's soul meant complete death. I cultivated with all my might and became a king of divine venerables, but I still couldn't save my soul. So, only by becoming a god emperor, controlling the heavenly Tao, refreshing the myriad worlds, and reversing time and space. Only then would it be possible for her to come back. Then, streaks of blazing white divine power burst out from Mo Wushuang's body. It was vast almost. Even the pitch-black black hole was illuminated. I don't like black, although I'm called a demon lore by you. Mo Wushuang's black hair also gradually turned into a bright white. In his eyes, streaks of Xinguang bloomed. However, I've said so much, and that's enough. Those who obstruct me from becoming a god emperor must die. Then, Mo Wushuang raised his hand slightly. The entire space in the black hole turned into the strongest annihilation force, collapsing toward Tianyang. Boom! Endless space and time, with Tianyang as the center, crazily collapsed. Seeing this, Tianyang's pupils contracted to the extreme. This was the demon ancestor's world collapsing. In an instant, streaks of powerful chaotic divine power burst out from Tianyang's body. In an instant, this white world was occupied by streaks of chaos. However, compared to Mo Wushuang's heavenly Tao origin, it was still far inferior. In the past, there was a person called Xian who admired me, so I taught him this move. Now, it seems like you've seen him, Mo Wushuang said calmly, raising his right hand and turning it. His 5 outstretched fingers suddenly clenched. Boom! The heavenly Tao in all directions collapsed. Tianyang's figure instantly disappeared. Chaotic divine realm. An angry roar burst out from the collapsed heavenly Tao. In the next moment, a world that belonged to chaos, in the endless pure white, expanded. The heavenly Tao origin allowed Mo Wushuang to control the heavenly Tao. The moment he attacked, he turned the heavenly Tao where Tianyang was it into the most powerful weapon against Tianyang. However, Tianyang's chaotic divine realm opened up, and in an instant, it opened up a world that did not belong to the 10,000 worlds. He was the heavenly Tao. Your strength is not bad. However, my primal chaos divine realm is the strongest. Tianyang roared angrily, and his figure shot out. In front of Mo Wushuang, any movement technique would be useless. Fighting with the demon ancestor, it was the ultimate collision of their own strength. 10,000 Mammoth, 8 Directions Destruction. The 10,000 Mammoth divine flame that merged all the spiritual fire in the 10,000 worlds burned on the heavenly sword. It was as though Heavenly Sun had executed this move countless times. He found the most precise angle and slashed down with his sword. It was only an instant away from Mo Wushuang. Bang! Mo Wushuang reached out his right hand and grabbed the heavenly sword. The sword that was sharp enough to cut through everything in the world slashed on Mo Wushuang's white jade-like arm, but did not leave a single scratch. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Flame, a technique of the raging flame battle soul. Mo Wushuang said, I remember that he was the first to kill himself. Then, Mo Wushuang held the heavenly sword tightly and swung it casually. An extremely terrifying strength directly followed the heavenly sword and acted on Tianyang's body. What? Tianyang's pupils contracted. He could feel that this physical strength was not much different from his own. However, in terms of the use of strength, it had reached a perfect level. Forcefully, he could not use even half of his strength. Boom! Tianyang was directly flung out by Mo Wushuang. At the same time, Mo Wushuang's expression was indifferent as he raised his left hand. Countless divine chains of order extended from the endless void. They pierced through Tianyang's body. In a chapter 1814, countless divine chains of order seemed to contain the most terrifying power in the world. With endless supreme divine might, they pierced through Tianyang's body. However, the strange thing was, not a single drop of blood spurted out from Tianyang's wound. On the contrary, streaks of blood appeared on those divine chains of order. At this moment, Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. His immortal bloodline seemed to have no effect anymore. I have already deleted your blood through the heavenly Tao. Now, you don't have such a thing as blood. Naturally, the power of bloodline can't be used. Mo Wushuang said, the bloodline of the immortal heavenly Lord is sometimes very difficult to deal with. Through the heavenly Tao, hearing this, Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. This was, then, looking at the divine chains of order that were no longer touched by him and had almost become toys in Mo Wushuang's hands. Tianyang immediately understood. The divine Tao law that you cultivate, it's the heavenly Tao. Mo Wushuang said indifferently. This is a domain that you can't touch even if you try your best. My God domain is the seal of this demon sovereign. Although they've sealed me away, the seal they placed on me has also become my territory. In my God domain, all living things and everything listen to my command. Then, Mo Wushuang's finger moved slightly. It was just a meaningless movement. Between heaven and earth, countless long swords suddenly appeared. They pierced through Tianyang again. Moreover, these long swords were not divine weapons or divine powers. Instead, they were divine sword laws. Tianyang opened his mouth and tried to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he couldn't do it at all, because there was no longer even a trace of blood in his body. However, Tianyang's face was also extremely shocked. This Mo Wushuang could actually control the heavenly Tao to such an extent. Such a strange and abstract thing like the divine sword laws could actually be pulled out from the heavenly Tao and turned into the sharpest sword in the world. However, now I've already used 3 moves. You are not the weakest one, Mo Wushuang said. Then, he slowly retracted his hand. His white hair, which was fluttering in the wind like flames, once again emitted rays of brilliant light. If that's the case, boom, chaos, indestructible. At this moment, Tianyang roared. An extremely dense chaotic force erupted from Tianyang's body. Then, in just an instant, billowing power bloomed from Tianyang's body. Meanwhile, Tianyang's aura had also reached its peak. In the chaos, I am the only one. Eternal firmament, I am the peak. Tianyang roared, and in the next moment, the countless divine chains of order were instantly broken. Even the most powerful swords in the world, condensed from pure sword, doubt divine rules, were all shattered. Everything returned to the beginning, to the beginning. Everything was born from chaos. Today, Angelica, a mere heavenly Tao, is far from enough to kill me. Wisps of immortal flames burst into flames on Tianyang's body. On the sky cloud sword, extremely black flames were burning. However, the wounds that were pierced by the divine chains of order and sword Tao divine rules also spurted out endless blood, causing Tianyang to be bathed in blood. Chaos divine rules? Seeing this, Mo Wushuang, who had been calm to the extreme, was slightly surprised. Interesting, it seems that the person who can touch the heavenly Tao might not be me. Unfortunately, you are too late, Mo Wushuang said. Then, endless heavenly Tao power was controlled by Mo Wushuang. Then, the heavenly Tao was almost stripped away. If you were born in the primordial era, you might be able to compete with me. Now, you can only lose to me. All the worlds will eventually turn into emptiness. Wisps of blazing white heavenly Tao power condensed around Mo Wushuang. The black robe on Mo Wushuang's body also gradually changed. Wisps of blazing white heavenly Tao fire burned on Mo Wushuang's black robe. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying and powerful great Tao pressure bloomed on Mo Wushuang's body. The heavenly Tao is irreversible. Now, I have devoured almost 70% of the primeval beginning, which means that 70% of the heavenly Tao is under my control. In this demon venerable seal, I am the heavenly Tao, Mo Wushuang said indifferently. Then, a long sword slowly condensed in his hand. The long sword was pitch black, as if it was going to correspond to the heavenly sword. However, there were wisps of blazing white heavenly Tao fire burning on it. In the demon venerable seal, the black hole was supposed to be extremely dark, just like when Tianyang had just entered. Even a God realm expert would not be able to see his fingers in front of him, because the heavenly Tao in the seal was already in chaos. The light divine rules had been completely destroyed. However now, the powerful heavenly Tao power around Mo Wushuang had forcibly recreated the black hole's divine rules, the divine rules that belonged to him and were the most beneficial to him. If you had appeared during the first calamity of the era, I would not have been so strong and might not have been able to stop you. Unfortunately, you are too late, Mo Wushuang said, and then swung his right hand. The terrifying heavenly Tao power instantly erupted. It turned into a giant mountain and into a sea. It turned into the sky and into the earth. It fiercely suppressed Tianyang. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Tianyang's mouth. Even the chaotic divine realm could not stop Mo Wushuang in the black hole. Mo Wushuang did not have a divine realm, because the divine realm was ultimately an imitation of the myriad worlds. To step into the Emperor God realm, one had to be the myriad worlds. However, within the range of his heavenly Tao's divine rules. This was his strongest divine realm. People often say that cultivation is going against the heavens. However, they do not know that the so-called going against the heavens is just stealing a little bit of the heavenly Tao's power. Overall, it is still under the heavenly Tao's divine rules. Mo Wushuang said indifferently, if you want to go against the heavens, the only way is to not follow the heavenly Tao's path from the beginning. For example, those with naturally terminated meridians can cultivate until now. Then, a bright light bloomed on Mo Wushuang's body. Tianyang's pupils instantly contracted. What those rays of light were converging on was it was a line of naturally terminated meridians. Although it was different from Tianyang's spiral meridians, it was also a meridian that was declared by the heavens to be absolutely impossible to step into the path of cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only one Emperor God in the end, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you if we both had naturally terminated meridians. Mo Wushuang looked at Tianyang with some pity in his eyes. However, Mo Wushuang raised his hands. A star was pulled out from nowhere. It fiercely hit Tianyang's body. Perhaps When Xiao Ro revives and the era starts again, there will be someone similar to you. Mo Wushuang said. The surrounding heavenly Tao's power was also condensed to the extreme. The raging fire of heaven and earth burned on his body. Mo Wushuang stretched out his hand and aimed his palm at Tianyang, who was suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Heavenly Tao sees. Mo Wushuang said. Instantly, waves of mysterious fluctuations were released from Mo Wushuang's body, although he was still standing on the ground. However, his entire person seemed to have reached the peak of the heavens supreme. Seize, Heavenly Tao. Tianyang's expression changed as he looked at Mo Wushuang in front of him. Immortal Heavenly Lord, when Tianji and the others probably would not have thought that Mo Wushuang was actually strong to such an extent. He could even seize the Heavenly Tao. In this world, who else could defeat him? End of this chapter. Chapter 1815. Going against the Heavenly Tao. The current Mo Wushuang seemed to have completely surpassed the level of living beings. The so-called God Realm, Emperor Realm, and even divine venerables. In fact, they were all living beings who controlled powerful divine power. They still had lifespan, but it was almost infinite. They could still be injured, but ordinary iron could not penetrate. Facing such an existence, no matter who it was, Tianyang was confident that he could fight against them. At most, he would die. However, facing Mo Wushuang, whose white hair was flying like flames and whose body was burning with countless flames, for the first time, Tianyang felt that he could not fight against him no matter what. Just like invincible, Mo Wushuang's expression was calm, and the power of the heavenly Tao surrounded him. Looking at Tianyang, who was suppressed by countless heavenly Tao laws, but was not injured at all, he nodded slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, the surrounding heavenly Tao power disappeared. From the looks of it, although your divine king cultivation is not cultivated by yourself, however, your Tao foundation is completely enough to support your perfect control and completely refine it into your own. Mo Wushuang said and swung his right hand. The pitch-black longsword in his hand shot out. Tianyang's expression changed. He directly got rid of the remaining heavenly Tao power, raised his longsword, and slashed down with the heavenly sword in his hand. The primal chaos divine law bloomed with extreme light. Primal chaos, splitting heaven. Boom! Endless power of annihilation rippled out. However, Mo Wushuang's black sword did not directly pierce through Tianyang's body as he had expected. Instead, it was blocked by Tianyang's sword. Although Tianyang had been pushed back a great deal after blocking the sword attack, he was still shocked. Streams of primal chaos spread out and quickly recovered Tianyang's current state. Mo Wushuang's attack did not cause too much injury to Tianyang, including the suppression from before. It only caused Tianyang to be temporarily injured. He only needed a few seconds to recover. After reaching the Divine King cultivation and the immortal heavenly venerable ancestor level immortal bloodline, only then did the immortal chaotic body completely erupt its power. Seeing this, Mo Wushuang's expression did not change. He looked at Tianyang with a hint of understanding in his eyes. It would appear that even though your primal chaos source energy is inferior to my heavenly Tao source energy, it is still very powerful. However, it still belongs to the same level of law. I haven't broken through to the God Emperor realm yet. I can't kill you for now, Mo Wushuang said. Even though he had already defied the heavenly Tao through the laws of the heavenly Tao and become the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. However, there was nothing he could do to Tianyang. After all, the heavenly Tao controlled the heavens. The primal chaos had jumped out of the three realms and was not part of the five elements. In fact, it was even more primitive than the heavens. However, although I can't kill you, I still have a way to deal with you, Mo Wushuang said. At this moment, Tianyang's figure disappeared. Creation of the universe. Boom! An angry roar, accompanied by the sound of a sword, resounded in Mo Wushuang's ears. Following this, a series of terrifying sword rays were fired at Mo Wushuang. Very fast, Mo Wushuang said, "Stop." An indifferent voice sounded, and the surrounding time and space instantly froze. Tianyang's sword also froze instantly. However, it only froze for a moment. That sword ray directly pierced through the frozen time and space and hit Mo Wushuang. Boom! The left half of Mo Wushuang's body was directly hit by Tianyang. Countless primal chaos power ruthlessly attacked Mo Wushuang. Primal chaos, annihilation. Tianyang roared and released his primal chaos divine domain completely. Streams of Xinguang that belonged to the primal chaos erupted and directly enveloped Mo Wushuang. In an instant, even his heavenly Tao was suppressed by the primal chaos divine domain. Half of his body was instantly shattered. Very strong, should be stronger than before, Mo Wushuang said indifferently. At this moment, Tianyang also noticed it. The half of his body that was shattered by him was not flesh and blood. Instead, it was constantly shattering like a crystal. However, you still came within 3 feet of me. In the next moment, the rolling heavenly Tao power erupted. Mo Wushuang was like a supreme being of heaven and earth, erupting waves of pressure. The pressure that was like 10,000 worlds ruthlessly suppressed Tianyang's body. Even though Tianyang was now a divine king, his primal chaos immortal body was released to the extreme. He still could not bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Wushuang's expression was indifferent as he attacked again. Streams of blazing white flames burned, and the shattered half of his body was completely restored. Damn it! Tianyang's expression suddenly changed. For the first time in his primal chaos divine domain, it was suppressed by the divine domain of another divine master. "It's too late," Mo Wushuang said with a calm expression. "Just like how I can't kill you, you can't kill me either. However, I can't kill you myself, but I can send you to your death." In the next moment, streams of extremely terrifying aura erupted from Mo Wushuang's body. The 10,000 worlds are not the only ones. Outside the 10,000 worlds, there's an endless sea of void. Even I can only hold on there for 10 minutes. My heavenly Tao law cannot be used, and so can all other laws. Your primal chaos divine law is the same. A deep space crack instantly erupted. It was different from the previous space cracks that were formed due to pressure or teleportation. This space crack truly tore the 10,000 worlds apart. It tore a hole in the 10,000 worlds. Waves of extremely chaotic and lawless aura were released from the spatial fissure. It was just an aura. Mo Wushuang's heavenly Tao power and Tianyang's primal chaos power were all destroyed. Probably, only divine emperors can survive in there, Mo Wushuang said. At this moment, Tianyang's pupils instantly contracted. Not good. This void was very likely a secret that only Mo Wushuang knew. Otherwise, the immortal heavenly lord would definitely tell him. Even Mo Wushuang could die in there. His cultivation was not as good as Mo Wushuang's. If he went in, he would definitely die. All divine laws needed to rely on the heavenly Tao to be used before reaching the divine venerable level. Even if he reached the divine venerable level, he could not escape from this world. If he fell into a lawless land, all divine laws would be useless. I said, "It's too late for you," Mo Wushuang said calmly. "Perhaps, after the 10,000 worlds shuffle and become blank, the new era after her resurrection will bloom a flower similar to you." In the next moment, the terrifying heavenly Tao power was released like a storm. Coupled with the terrifying suction force in the space crack, Tianyang's body was directly blasted into the space crack by Mo Wushuang. Heavenly Tao banish. Mo Wushuang's heavenly Tao fire burned, and in his black eyes, rays of white light shone. Tianyang's figure completely disappeared. All aura was cut off in the space crack. From now on, Tianyang will no longer exist in this world, Mo Wushuang said lightly. Then he looked at the extremely dim primordial beginning, the origin of the heavenly Tao. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. And there will be no one who can stop me. Then, Mo Wushuang extended his hand towards primordial beginning. In the 10,000 worlds, the lightning tribulation rose again. End of chapter. Chapter 1816. Myriad worlds. The epic catastrophe that had stopped due to the battle between Tianyang and Mo Wushuang erupted once more after Tianyang was blasted into the boundless void ocean. This time, since there was no one to stop it, the epic catastrophe had reached its peak right from the start. Boom! Boom! Divine world. What? The lord of the undead imperial court, who had barely survived the calamity of the previous epic, looked up at the endless lightning roaring above him. Previously, he had thought that the epic catastrophe that only existed in legends had finally stopped. They would have survived, just like in the legends. But now, the cycle of reincarnation had yet to end. Or perhaps it would end completely, because after this epic catastrophe, there would be no more myriad worlds. Naturally, there would be no more reincarnation. Damn it, who is it? Who paused the epic catastrophe? Pausing doesn't mean stopping it completely. The undying emperor roared. However, his greatest hatred was directed at Tianyang, who had given the myriad worlds some time to breathe. Lord Supreme God, Emperor Wild Tiger, who was heavily injured and had no more strength to fight, hurriedly cried for help. The 5 monarchs of the undying emperor court, other than him, had all died in the calamity of the epic. Even if he had survived, he was heavily injured. If the lord of the undying imperial court didn't save him, he would definitely die in the face of such a terrifying calamity. The undying emperor snorted coldly, and the undying god flames burned. Then, he suddenly opened his god domain. Streams of godly venerate force were unleashed. However, it only protected the emperor of the undying emperor dynasty. Boom! Boom! Endless lightning roared as it descended. Most of the lightning was blocked by the undying emperor's god domain. However, Emperor Wild Tiger wasn't protected by the undying emperor's god domain. Boom! A blood devil lightning descended. It directly pierced through Emperor Wild Tiger's body. Emperor Wild Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes dimmed. He was completely dead. The undying Emperor clan's leader wasn't any better. Even with his god domain, he couldn't block the lightning for too long. If the epic catastrophe didn't stop, the final outcome would be the same as Emperor Wild Tiger's. Darkness. Waves of chaotic energy wrapped around Tianyang's body. Tianyang's body was preserved at the moment when it was about to be decomposed by the endless void. This is the endless void that even Mo Wushuang couldn't resist, Tianyang said through gritted teeth. However, he realized that his voice could only reverberate in his mind. His voice couldn't be transmitted to the outside world. It's the same as the galaxy, but this power without any laws. It's really, the primal chaos divine rule continued to be unleashed, doing its best to preserve Heavenly Sun's life. But it was still lacking. Even Mo Wushuang could not survive in the void, let alone Tianyang. His was the god to the god, to the world, to survive to the end. With all his might, he turned his head around. However, he couldn't see the original myriad worlds at all. Could it be that Mo Wushuang can send me flying so far? Tianyang gritted his teeth and held the sky firmament sword tightly. The souls of the 10 ancient emperors in the sky firmament sword kept injecting power into Tianyang. Tianyang was able to release the chaotic god's god power to maintain his existence in the void. But the void was where the world was. Mortals couldn't survive no matter what, unless they were equal to the heavens. Equal to the heavens. Tianyang's body trembled as he caught the flash of light. As long as he could be equal to the heavens, he would be equal to 10,000 worlds. But if he could do this, Tianyang would have become a god emperor long ago. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul sounded in Tianyang's mind. Tianyang was stunned. It was impossible to transmit sound in the void. Where did this sound come from? Then, Tianyang released the power of his god soul. Soon, he He captured a point in the void that was infinitely close and infinitely far away. That point was shining like a star. Boom! There was another loud bang. This time, even Tianyang's god soul was about to shatter. However, Tianyang's mind was completely taken away by that bright singularity. Endless primal chaos was unleashed from the singularity. Then, chaos turned into 10,000 Tao, and chaos gave birth to all things. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. In Tianyang's heart, the chaotic god's god power was trembling. Then, that singularity completely exploded. Boom! A magnificent and perfect world was born in the void. Tianyang was stunned. This was the beginning of the world. At the beginning of the beginning, all things did not exist, and all laws did not exist. There was only chaos. Even the heavenly Tao was born after the chaos split open the heavens. First there was chaos, and then there was heaven. I didn't expect Mo Wushuang to go deeper than me on the path of defying the heavens. Around Tianyang, the chaotic divine realm that needed the energy of the immemorial emperor's soul in the sky firmament sword to maintain was completely stabilized, just like when he had just awakened from the demon world, independent of the world, meaning the chaotic divine realm was a world. I am chaos, and the void is my ocean. Tianyang's eyes blazed. His understanding of chaos was completely wrong from the very beginning. Chaos was not the Saint Tao, it was not the origin, and it was not the divine Tao law. Chaos was chaos, and it was above the heavenly Tao. It was more primitive than the primordial beginning. Previously, Tianyang had to turn it into the divine Tao law to release the power of chaos. But now it was different. Tianyang's body was completely disintegrated and annihilated by the void. But in the next moment, endless chaos reconstructed Tianyang's body. Naturally terminated meridians? Spiral meridians? These were no longer important. The current Tianyang was chaos. The void is the ocean from which the world was born. Tianyang smiled faintly as he stood in the void. Similarly, it is where I stepped into the God-Emperor realm. What Mo Wushuang said was true. The God-Emperor realm was equivalent to the world. If he could open up 10,000 worlds, Tianyang could prove his Tao and become a God-Emperor. Now Tianyang smiled. He had already grasped the true essence of chaos. His cultivation was still at the God-King realm, but his realm had far surpassed the level of living beings. Chaos flowed around Tianyang. Chaos opened the sky. With the heavenly sun as the singularity, boundless primordial chaos erupted. A new world was born. Tianyang stood in the center of the world, holding the firmament sword and speaking proudly. His voice resounded through the void. I'm the master of chaos, and I wield the firmament sword Tao. I am the firmament sword emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 1817. In the demon-honored seal, Mo Wushuang, who had regained his black robe and black hair, sat alone on the throne and slowly opened his eyes. He was only one step away from devouring Yuanshi and seizing the origin of heavenly Tao. It stopped. Mo Wushuang said. Even though Yuanshi had become broken after the 9 calamities of the era, there was no chance for him to be reborn. However, in the end, the origin of heavenly Tao still unleashed its last resistance. Even someone as strong as Mo Wushuang couldn't devour it immediately. However, it doesn't matter. Mo Wushuang said calmly. All of Yuanshi's power came from the myriad worlds. Once the calamity of the era shattered the myriad worlds, Yuanshi wouldn't have any power left. By then, it wouldn't be too late for Mo Wushuang to devour it. If he devoured it now, he might be hurt by Yuanshi's last counterattack. Xiao Rou will be back soon. Mo Wushuang muttered to himself, and his eyes became extremely gentle. Fighting to a draw with immemorial, devouring Yuanshi, shattering the origin land, breaking the myriad worlds and calamities of the era. It was just a reviver. Now that Tianyang was dead, Wen Tianji was still in the early stage of the reincarnation realm and had no strength left. Immortal heavenly master, firmament divine king, and the others had perished along with Tianyang in the void. Mo Wushuang was extremely confident in the void. During the calamity of the Fifth Era, Mo Wushuang, who was unprecedentedly powerful, had tried to enter the void to find the secret of breaking through to Emperor God. However, as soon as he stepped in, he realized that his connection with the myriad worlds was completely cut off. In the end, he didn't dare to go in. Otherwise, once he left the myriad worlds, Mo Wushuang wasn't sure if he could survive in the void, but he definitely wouldn't be able to return to the myriad worlds. Tianyang was weaker than Mo Wushuang. Naturally, he wouldn't survive. After you're revived, we'll go to the new origin land and find a small valley near the mountains and rivers to stay there. Mo Wushuang said with a smile. After you're revived, the myriad worlds will have nothing to do with me. In the sea of void, Tianyang's eyes were closed. The chaos around him had turned into a brand new world. It was different from the small world and the great world. Instead, it was a universe in the void that was equivalent to the primordial age's continent of origin and the current myriad realms. The universe is formed. The God Emperor is formed. Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. Everything in the chaos verse came from the void. God Emperors were as tall as the heavens and stood on the earth. However, the void was an existence even more supreme than the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he could also create a supreme God Emperor. The power of the void was added to Tianyang. Down below, the chaotic universe gradually broke away from the primordial chaos. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the laws of nature, and order were slowly being formed. Among them was the Tao of the heavens. One day in the void, I wonder how long it has been in the myriad worlds. Tianyang muttered to himself. In reality, there was no concept of time in the void. It was just Tianyang's feeling. Streams of heavenly energy were released from Tianyang's body. However, Tianyang didn't intend to convert it into his own Tao foundation. He was now the god of creation of this chaotic universe. In the chaotic universe, he possessed extremely powerful divine power that was comparable to a god emperor. However, that was only in this chaotic universe. Only by cultivating the chaos to its strongest state would Tianyang be a supreme god emperor no matter where he was. Now was the moment when the chaos reached its peak. The chaos is formed. The heavenly Tao is established. Ascend to the god emperor realm. Tianyang shouted. Rolling sound waves spread out in the void where no sound could be transmitted. In an instant, the endless sea of void and the countless primordial realms all heard this loud noise. The heavenly Tao was on par with the God Emperor realm. However, in the void, the God Emperor could create the heavenly Tao. It had surpassed the heavenly Tao by half a level and was a supreme existence on par with the void. At this moment, it was born. Streams of dazzling chaos light were released toward the entire void. The chaotic universe, transformed from Tianyang's chaotic divine domain, was also expanding rapidly. Then, countless streams of chaos changed within it. It turned into mountains, into an abyss, into an ocean. Jianghe, birds, beasts, insects, fish, plants, and countless living beings appeared in the chaotic universe. Tianyang's aura also disappeared at this moment. It wasn't that he had lost all his cultivation. Instead, Tianyang's power had reached its peak. All things returned to chaos. Chaos gives birth to all things. The light of chaos shone in the endless void. Tianyang had now completely stepped into the God Emperor realm. There was no heavenly tribulation, no thunder, only pure chaos, Xinguang. It was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. After comprehending the true essence of chaos, I can become a God Emperor. Tianyang murmured to himself. Then his gaze shifted. He looked into the distance. Previously, he couldn't see the myriad realms at all, but now he could see everything clearly in his eyes. The endless thunderclouds and the great tribulation of wind and fire all entered Tianyang's eyes. It seems that after my death, Mo Wushuang immediately started the calamity of the epoch. Tianyang's face turned serious and his heart moved. His figure automatically appeared in the myriad realms. I am the firmament's sword emperor. The moment Tianyang became a god emperor, this loud roar resounded in all the realms and the void. The myriad realms were no exception. Firmament sword emperor? Mo Wushuang was stunned. What does it have to do with the firmament sword emperor? Then, Mo Wushuang's face darkened. However, it has nothing to do with me devouring Yuan Shi. Tianyang is dead. The firmament sword emperor is also dead. Perhaps the voice came from somewhere. Then, Mo Wushuang looked at the origin of heavenly Tao that was only left with 10%. The more he devoured, the stronger the resistance from the heavenly Tao. Now, 3 days had passed, and half of the myriad realms had been destroyed. However, Mo Wushuang had only devoured 1% of the origin of heavenly Tao. However, Mo Wushuang wasn't in a hurry. It was within his calculations. Within 100 years, the myriad realms would be destroyed, and he would devour Yuan Shi completely and become a god emperor. Tianyang's realm should be called the Tianshao Great World. That great world could hold on until now because it had merged with the firmament sword emperor. Mo Wushuang muttered to himself. However, it's going to be destroyed now. Then, Mo Wushuang slowly made his move. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mo Wushuang. What? Mo Wushuang's face changed drastically. Who was this person? When he came to the demon-honored seal, he didn't sense anything at all. In the next moment, Mo Wushuang clearly saw Tianyang's face in front of him. His expression turned into one of deep shock. God, Yang, hadn't Tianyang been blasted into the void by him? Wasn't he deader than dead? 3 days. Even Mo Wushuang couldn't survive in the void for 3 days. It's me, Tianyang said with a smile. Black shirt, white sword, just like when Tianyang had just been reborn and went to the Lingyun sect's martial soul ceremony to awaken the firmament sword. In the past, he was the Tianji sword emperor. Today, he was the firmament sword emperor. How can you? Looking at Tianyang, who didn't have any aura and might not even be comparable to an ordinary person, Mo Wushuang's heart was filled with extreme shock. Tianyang had returned from the void. God Emperor. In the next moment, Mo Wushuang guessed Tianyang's current cultivation through his own God King cultivation. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had been planning since the primordial age and still couldn't become a God Emperor. Tianyang, how could he? I have to thank you for sending me into the void. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the absolute beginning of the world. I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true essence of chaos and open up the world. Tianyang said with a smile. There was a gentle light in his eyes. He didn't plan to kill Mo Wushuang now. However, the calamity of the era that was raging in the outside world had been quelled by Tianyang. The absolute beginning? Opening up a world? Hearing this, Mo Wushuang's expression changed. Then, he suddenly understood everything. You created the heavenly Tao by opening up a world and stepped into the God Emperor realm, Mo Wushuang said. However, at this time, his tone became incomparably calm. I didn't expect that this path could be taken. Moreover, it's faster than me devouring the heavenly Tao origin. Mo Wushuang said. You know? Hearing this, Tianyang said in surprise. Mo Wushuang actually knew about this path. Then why didn't he do it? 99% will die, Mo Wushuang said with a smile. In order to revive Xiao Rou, I can't do something that will kill me. It's been 10 billion years since the primordial age. As long as I can revive her, I don't mind waiting for a second 10 billion years. It doesn't matter if it's the third or fourth. Mo Wushuang said with a smile. During the War of the Gods, it was she who gave me a bun. It was she who brought me to a martial cultivation sect. It was also she who helped me block the sect master's final sword. You won't understand. Although Mo Wushuang had a smile on his face, his voice was gradually lowering. Tianyang stood in front of him and was stunned for the first time. Mo Wushuang had guarded for 10 billion years, and in the end, it was to revive a woman. Indeed, Tianyang didn't understand. However, Tianyang didn't plan to let Mo Wushuang go just like that. No matter how infatuated he was, it couldn't erase the crime that nearly destroyed the 10,000 worlds 9 times. Now, you're already in God Emperor realm, right? Mo Wushuang said with a calm tone that was close to begging. He didn't plan to resist. In order to break through to the God Emperor realm, he, who had prepared for 10 billion years, naturally knew that in front of God Emperor, he, who was only a peak God King, couldn't resist at all. Yes, Tianyang nodded. In his heart, he already guessed what Mo Wushuang wanted to ask. Then, can you revive her? It doesn't matter if you kill me 1,000 or 10,000 times. It doesn't matter if my soul suffers for 10 billion or 100 billion years. As long as she can smile at me one more time, it's fine. Mo Wushuang said. Hearing this, Tianyang fell silent. In order to revive her, he had prepared for 10 billion years. In the end, even if he failed, even if he had to seek help from the enemy, he still had to revive her. In terms of awareness, Mo Wushuang wasn't even as good as the demon ancestor, who hoped to become a subordinate of the demon ancestor until his death. The latter, from the beginning to the end, believed that he followed the will of the heavens and that he was the executor of the will of the heavens. Mo Wushuang, from the beginning to the end, only did it for one person. Whether it was following the will of the heavens or defying the will of the heavens, Mo Wushuang didn't care about it. What he wanted to do was to revive her. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice the 10,000 worlds. Then Tianyang closed his eyes, tracing back to the endless river of time. Mo Wushuang, on the other hand, stood still and looked at the sun. After a while, Tianyang opened his eyes and shook his head under Mo Wushuang's hopeful gaze. If her soul is destroyed, she will be completely dead. I can pull out an image of her from the river of time, but it's just an image. This image will contain all of her memories, all of her actions, and everything you want. But it's not her. Mo Wushuang interrupted Tianyang's words. His eyes gradually turned into ashes. Although I have to kill you, I'm sorry, but I have to revive a person whose soul has been destroyed. Even an emperor god can't do it. Then get lost. Mo Wushuang roared angrily. The power of a divine king that had accumulated since the ancient times and devoured 90% of the heavenly Tao's origin completely erupted. The extremely terrifying tide of power even sent Tianyang, who was already an emperor god, flying. Although Tianyang immediately stood still in midair, terrifying thunderbolts bloomed around Mo Wushuang's body. This thunderbolt was also formed by the power of the heavenly Tao, the strongest thunderbolt. If you can't revive her, what's the use of you? What's the use of this world? Mo Wushuang roared angrily. Although he was completely enraged, his eyes were still abnormally clear. You want to kill me? Mo Wushuang looked at Tianyang and said word by word. Immortal Heavenly Lord can't kill me. 9 people who have ended their reincarnation can't kill me. Heavenly Tao can't kill me. Emperor God can't kill me. Mo Wushuang roared. Layers of heavenly Tao lightning, burning with endless heavenly Tao fire, fell from the sky. Mo Wushuang's entire body was enveloped by an endless sea of lightning. The only one who can kill me is myself. Even if I die, I will beat the heavens by half a step. I, Mo Wushuang, am unparalleled in the world. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly Tao's origin was completely burned. The countless thunderbolts also ruthlessly penetrated Mo Wushuang's body. In the midst of the thunderstorm, Mo Wushuang's body still stood there without moving. However, as the origin of power and the heavenly Tao's origin burned out, Mo Wushuang also gradually turned into specks of light and disappeared. You, Emperor God? Mo Wushuang turned his head. However, the white hair and white robe that he had turned into because he had used the heavenly Tao's power was now constantly recovering. It returned to black hair and black robe, and returned to Mo Wushuang's appearance when he was young. The black robe also turned into a black shirt. If only life was like the first time we met, what was the autumn wind's sad painting fan? Emperor God, so what? Boom! Mo Wushuang's entire body completely disappeared. Endless light dust flew with the wind. In the distance, Tianyong watched this scene and fell silent. He had the ability to stop this thundercloud, erase the heavenly Tao's origin, and let Mo Wushuang die in his hands. However, he didn't do so. Looking at Mo Wushuang's final appearance, Tianyong also understood. This, perhaps, was Mo Wushuang's appearance when he first met his Xiaorou. Tattered black clothes, dirty and messy black hair, and a young and tender face. Everything was exactly the same as the primordial era. However, the person opposite him was already gone. Xiaorou, I'm going to find you. In the end, Mo Wushuang, am still Wushuang. Mo Wushuang's voice slowly sounded. In the end, it completely disappeared. The person who initiated the 10th calamity of the era. The king of divine masters. The demon master. The land of origin, Jiangshui country, and Lan City, a young Mo Wushuang. Dead. Tianyong stood on the spot for a long time. In the end, he put away the heavenly sword. At this moment, the reincarnation cycle that had lasted for 10 billion years completely ended. God Realm. A ray of sunlight tore through the dark clouds that destroyed half of the God Realm and shone on the central region. The black-haired youth, Wen Tianji, slowly raised his head, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He succeeded. Lingfeng Realm, Haomen. More than 10 elders, only 5 of them were left in Haomen. Just as they were about to fight to the death, they realized what landed on their bodies was a golden light that belonged to the great sun. Behind them, beside the statue of the heavenly emperor, a statue of Tianyong bloomed with rays of light. Tianyong clan master, saved our lives. Immediately, the entire Haomen fell into ecstasy. Cloudfire Realm. In the Xuanhua dynasty, which only had endless ruins left, Yang Qingwan sat on the gravel and looked at the great sun in the sky. It's over? It's over. Tian Shao, great world, the old dragon king looked at the great sun and smiled. Is it him? It's him. The nine-tailed monster emperor smiled. Behind them, the flying sword, who had lost an arm, Zhou Ling Jun Aoyang, Long Taiji, and other old friends of Tianyong who had broken through Wuzun chuckled. Xintian, great world. Now let's cheer. The dragon emperor laughed and looked at the dragon demons behind him. Let's celebrate our honorary great elder. Instantly, countless dragon demons transformed into their original forms. The mountains were filled with the roars of the dragon demons. God Realm. Tianyong slowly stepped out of the black hole and turned his head to look at the demon lord seal. Now that the demon lord was dead, there should be no reason for these to continue to exist. However, Tianyong did not care. Consider it a conclusion for the traces you have left in this world. Heavenly Sun smiled faintly and slowly descended along the heavenly road where the final battle would begin. He picked up the creation sword that maintained the demon lord's seal. The black hole that had sealed the demon lord for billions of years slowly closed. In Tianyong's hand, the creation divine sword split apart and flew towards the myriad worlds, just like it had during the first epic catastrophe. Perhaps someone will come to the God Realm and see the demon lord's seal. Tianyong smiled. When Tianji, on the other hand, smiled. Then Tianyong raised his hand. Waves of strange power were released from Tianyong's body. Countless worlds that had been shattered by the calamity of the era slowly recovered. Those whose souls had not been shattered were also resurrected. In an instant, most of the damage that the heavens and realms had suffered from the calamity of the era was recovered. Perhaps I can connect the chaotic universe with the heavens and realms. Tianyong muttered to himself. However, he did not immediately do so. The chaotic universe had just been born, and there were no sentient beings. Connecting it would be harmful to the chaotic universe. However, the God King of the firmament in the chaotic universe and the primordial emperors in the heavenly sword can be resurrected. Tianyong waved his hand. The remnant souls of the primordial emperors in the heavenly sword were all summoned by Tianyong. Can you do it? Seeing this, when Tianji was also stunned. The self-destruction of the immortal heavenly Lord and others was not as simple as leaving only their remnant souls after committing suicide. Instead, it was erasure on the world level and at the level of the laws. The immortal heavenly Lord could only live in the immortal will of the immortal bloodline, but his consciousness was still alive. His soul was already dead. The God King of the firmament, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, the Firmament Battle Emperor, and others lived in the world origin. However, living in the world's origin was equivalent to losing everything except for one's consciousness. In this situation, even surviving was extremely difficult. How could they be resurrected? Just modify the laws. Tianyang smiled. Then, a strange wave was released from Tianyang's body. The corners of Tianyang's mouth also curved into a smile. In just an instant, Tianyang returned to his original state. Done. At this moment, the immortal heavenly Lord and others who had just escaped from the heavenly sword, who were still a little confused, suddenly woke up. Next, endless heaven and earth spirit chi madly gathered. In an instant, these primordial emperors' souls and bodies were reconstructed. Even their cultivation base was perfectly restored to the realm of the primordial era. Whether it was the God King or the God Venerable, they were all easily restored by Tianyang. After all, although there was the word God in their names. However, the God Emperor and the God King were no longer on the same level. The God Emperor was detached from the world. To the God Emperor, the world was just something that could be easily changed. Cultivation base was naturally included. However, the myriad world were not created by me after all. The immortal heavenly Lord and the others had to have this cultivation base to be able to recover. Tianyang muttered to himself. He could change the heavenly Tao, but he could not interfere with his personal realm. He just omitted the process of the immortal heavenly Lord and the others' recultivation. You became the God Emperor. At this moment, the immortal heavenly Lord finally regained his senses. He felt something that he had not felt for billions of years. He hurriedly looked down. Physical body. He actually recovered his physical body. Where's Mo Wushuang? How is Mo Wushuang? Although the surrounding epic calamity had been settled and Mo Wushuang's ending was clear. However, as long as the demon Venerable was alive, these primordial emperors who had fought for 9 eras for the myriad worlds were still worried. He's dead, Tianyang said after a moment of silence. However, he didn't die by my hands. In the end, he also committed suicide. Committed suicide? The immortal heavenly Lord was startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. That's right. Such a person would naturally not be willing to die in the hands of others. However, we don't know why he started the epic calamity. The immortal heavenly Lord smiled. Hearing this, Tianyang nodded, but didn't say anything. Perhaps Mo Wushuang would say the same thing to the primordial emperors before each epic calamity. In the end, they all died. He was the only one who had survived. This was a secret that belonged to the demon sovereign. Let Tianyang keep it for him. So what are you waiting for? The immortal heavenly Lord turned around and laughed at Green Lotus Sword Immortal, Raging Flame Battle Soul, and the others who were still immersed in the ecstasy of the demon Venerable's death. Come, let's have a drink. Songqiong War Emperor, you still haven't returned the bottle of wine you owed me. Get lost. I've just been resurrected. Where am I supposed to find wine for you? Green Lotus Sword Immortal, don't you still have the Green Lotus Palace? Get lost. We're still at Tianyang's place. Tianyang smiled at the group of primordial emperors who were laughing maniacally. Then, his figure flashed. He arrived at the Xintian Great Cosmos. However, as soon as he teleported to the East Sea State, Jiangbei City, Tianyang noticed a huge statue. This is Tianyang's mouth twitched. He did not even need to think to know that the Dragon Emperor and the others must have found where he was when he first arrived. Therefore, they purposely built a statue here. Look who I've caught. The Dragon Emperor's carefree voice rang out. Hearing this, Tianyang was stunned. He turned around and saw the Dragon Emperor. Although evil Sky Dragon Emperor had been severely injured during the epic catastrophe, the power of a demigod could help him recover rapidly. Now, other than his aura being slightly weaker and his primordial spirit being slightly damaged, there was not much change. At this moment, Tianyang felt his head sink. A little girl jumped onto Tianyang's shoulder. The ancient towering heaven sword? Tianyang was stunned. He quickly recalled the sword spirit of the Ling Tian sect's divine sword. However, the sword spirit of the ancient towering heaven sword was slightly weak now. It seemed that the Ling Tian sect had suffered great losses during the epic catastrophe. Otherwise, they would not have been able to protect this treasure of the Ling Tian sect. Although I don't know the details, the apocalyptic heavenly tribulation this time must have been because of you. Lin Feng, the grand elder of the Ling Tian sect, smiled. When Tianyang became a godly king and stepped onto the heavenly road, the heavenly Tao origin sensed that this was a decisive battle that concerned the fate of all the worlds and projected Tianyang's image. Tianyang's old friends also knew everything about Tianyang. Then, Tianyang's gaze shifted. The young master of the Void Mountain, Bodhisattva of the Bodhi sect, the immortality stage, Dancing of Ill, and the Red Dragon Saint of the True Dragon's sacred domain. As if they had agreed, they were all gathered in the small East Sea state, Jiangbei City. You must come back and take a look. The Dragon Emperor punched Tianyang's chest and laughed. Tianyang smiled and looked at the Xiantian Great World again. Then, his figure flashed. Tianshao Great World. Northern Wilderness Region. Arctic Nation. Soaring Cloud Sect. In the past, this place was only the place with the thinnest heaven and earth spirit chi in the Tianshao Great World. Later, it became the last battlefront in the Blood Sea catastrophe. After that, it became a place like the Second Middle Region. After the great destruction of the civilization, the Northern Wilderness Region had become the holy land of the Tianshao Great World. The Arctic Nation was still small, not even comparable to the 100,000 miles when Tianyang had just created the chaotic small world. However, the current state of the Arctic state was because of the Lingyun sect. It had become the place with the densest heaven and earth spirit chi in the heaven continent. Apart from the old Dragon King, the nine-tailed monster emperor, Li Tianxun, and Sanguinati, who had already reached the heaven ascension stage before the Blood Sea catastrophe, they had become Wuzun. Long Taiji, Zhou Ling Flying Sword, and the others had also joined the Soaring Cloud sect. Now, if it wasn't Wuzun, they were already at the peak of the Heaven Ascension stage. Yuan Emperor Shi Su, Red Dragon Wuzun, and the others probably wouldn't recognize the current Tianshao Great World even if they were resurrected. In ancient times, Wuzun's Heaven Ascension stage could already dominate a region, but it was suppressed by the Tianshao Great World. Now, not only Wuzun, but even a half-saint was about to be born. Tianyang's figure flashed, and he came to the Heaven Continent. However, he didn't go to the Soaring Cloud sect immediately. Instead, he went to the Central Region. Master, why don't you go back to the Soaring Cloud sect? Ling Yuhan asked curiously. She had wanted to come out to play when she was in the Xintian Great World. After all, there was no threat now. However, Tianyang had only stayed in the Xintian Great World for a few minutes, so there was no need for him to come out. After returning to her homeland, Ling Yuhan couldn't wait to come out. Let's take a look first. Tianyang's lips curled into a smile as he looked up. The Star's Swordplay sect, which was already extremely prosperous, stood majestically above the Central Region. Back then, under the threat of the Purple Sun sect, the Star's Swordplay sect, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, was about to be destroyed. Now, it had become one of the strongest sects in the Central Region, on par with the Sun Moon City. Zhou Tong had also reached Wu Zun's Heaven Ascension stage. Zhou Xing, you should be very happy to see me, Tianyang said with a smile. The Tianji Sword Emperor's close friend, Sword Saint Zhou Xing. Until now, he still looked the same as before, and was treasured by the Star's Swordplay sect. Sword Saint Zhou Xing. Ling Yuhan also looked at the huge star sword that pierced the sky and sighed. Let's go, Tianyang said with a smile. The next time he appeared, he was in the Barren Demon region. The Barren Demon region was still full of demons, but the Nine-Tailed tribe hadn't changed much. Since the catastrophe of the Blood Sea, The nine-tailed demon emperor had completely neglected her duties, and threw all the affairs of the tribe to Ling Yuhan's two unlucky brothers. However, with the nine-tailed demon emperor around, no other tribe dared to offend the nine-tailed tribe. The nine-tailed demon emperor isn't here? Tianyang was a little surprised. Shouldn't the nine-tailed demon emperor be protecting the nine-tailed tribe? Now that the catastrophe of the epic had just ended, where had she gone? My father is said to be running around after the catastrophe of the Blood Sea. Didn't Master see him digging under the Tianshao Great World last time? Ling Yuhan was a little speechless. Hearing this, Tianyang's mouth twitched. This father-in-law of his was a little flustered. However, Tianyang didn't care. His figure flashed, and this time he appeared in Sky Blue College in the Firmament Territory. Sky Blue College hadn't changed much. After all, Qian Shengxian didn't intend to expand from the beginning. Otherwise, just the appearance of the Tianji Sword Emperor 10,000 years ago would have been enough to make Sky Blue College invincible. However, just like the powerful students of Sky Blue College in the past, a statue of Tianyang was placed in the center of Sky Blue College. Perhaps it was Qian Shengxian's bad taste. Tianyang's statue was placed next to the statue of the Tianji Sword Emperor 10,000 years ago. Below it, the date of birth was carved on the stone slab below the Tianji Sword Emperor using the current calendar. Tianyang was so angry that he almost pulled Qian Shengxian out to give him a beating. By the way, where is Sister Ling now? Ling Yuhan asked curiously. Just now, she sensed that the 10th palace, the weakest of the 10 palaces, had successfully become the first in the inner yard with the help of Tianyang's great power. I guess they're all there. The corners of Tianyang's mouth curled up. When I went to the Star Swordplay sect, Zhou Tong didn't seem to be there either. Then, Ling Yuhan's eyes lit up. At this time, Tianyang took her and teleported again. This time, they teleported to the final destination, outside the Soaring Cloud sect. It was where Tianyang, one of the 3 good-for-nothings in the outer yard, used to live. However, the small house at the edge of the sect, which was usually cold and cheerless, was now full of noise and excitement. Tianyang didn't teleport in immediately. Instead, he walked over slowly. The noise inside was getting louder and louder. Yiliang-chun, where did you come from? I've been cultivating in the Soaring Cloud sect's inner yard. I just don't come out often. By the way, Flying Sword, has your arm recovered? It's fine. It's my left arm that was broken. I don't usually use it. TSK, why didn't I realize that you were so fierce when you were in the 10th palace back then? Call me Senior Sister Ling Senior Sister Ling hasn't grown taller after decades. You're asking for a beating. Tianyang had just arrived at the door when he heard the voices inside. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he slowly pushed the door open. Creak. It was exactly the same as the sound back then. At this time, Ling Yuhan had disappeared without him knowing. When he pushed the door open, he happened to see Ling Yuhan. Master, please accept me as your disciple, Ling Yuhan said with a smile. Tianyang was slightly stunned when he heard that. Then he recalled everything that had happened when he was reborn in the Soaring Cloud sect. Ice Emperor, do you still know how to use the heavenly sword technique? Tianyang said with a smile. Behind him, Zhou Ling and the others stood up together. Tianyang also smiled easily and walked in. Tianji Sword Emperor, come and have a drink of Qingyuan wine. Don't 1 box. Wrong. It's the Firmament Sword Emperor. End of book. End of chapter. Chapter 1818. 2017. 4. 22 to 2019. 4. 3 Firmament Sword Emperor officially ended. A total of 711 days. An average of 5,485 words per day. 2. 77 million total subscriptions. More than 1,200 average subscriptions and 5,000 high subscriptions. This was already more than 100 times more than the previous strongest Godly Emperor system. To be honest, I couldn't imagine that 2 years ago, I couldn't even make 1,000 a month. But now I had such a huge achievement. Maybe it was fate. Every time I ended, it would be at the beginning or the end of the month. Immemorial Demon Lord ended on November 1st, 2016. Strongest Godly Emperor System. Finished on May 31st, 2017. Ended on June 30th, 2017. The Firmament Sword Emperor, on the 3rd of April, 2019, completed the draft and concluded. Even though it had already been 3 times, my heart still skipped a beat the moment I finished typing the entire book. Even though I had planned to end it at this time, at the beginning of the year, my heart was still trembling. I couldn't bear to let him go. Not only did he bring me hundreds of thousands of RMB for a web novel, but he also brought me a world of flesh and blood that existed in my heart. Tianyang, Ling Yuhan, and Mo Wushuang. It was as if Tianyang was calm and could easily kill his enemies with a sword. Ling Yuhan was usually cute and delicate. At the crucial moment, she stood up resolutely and tenaciously. Mo Wushuang persevered for 10 eras just to revive his lover. In the end, he won half a generation and was unwilling to die in Tianyang's hands. Thinking about it, it was as if it happened yesterday. Countless immemorial emperors watched over the myriad of worlds, asked the heavenly secrets, carried the reincarnation of 10 eras, and believed that he followed the heavens. These images had already taken root in my heart. Perhaps, with my pen, I can't write them perfectly, but they were alive. That's right, alive. Maybe the Firmament Sword Emperor was just a projection of information in a world in the void that happened to be reproduced by my pen. In that world, Tianyang, who had already become a god emperor, had been free for countless years. That's right, they would continue to exist. The story would never stop. It was different from the closing speech from before. This time it was very long, but it was not bad. Because most of the previous books ended hastily, I had never written a real ending. Therefore, even though the ending of the Firmament Sword Emperor had been planned for a long time, I still couldn't write it to perfection. I'd like to apologize to all the readers. Let's talk about the new book. Because I've been writing this book for almost 2 years, I'm a little tired. I'll take a break for a month or mid-May. I hope that the name Sword Go will not be forgotten by then. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 1819. Firmament Sword Emperor's new book, I, the Demon Emperor, invincible since ancient times, have been released. Please wait for a moment. Once the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.